Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1289 of the War News Stream. And I am back in the studio today, and we have some very big news. Venezuela has sent F-16 fighter jets to intimidate the U.S. warships. They sent our own fighter jets to intimidate our own ships, which is crazy. Also, Iran exposed stockpiling enriched uranium yet again, and Finland has discovered secret weapons caches in their own country right near the Russian border. We have big news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear that just 30 minutes ago, Venezuelan F-16s, apparently equipped with air-to-ground weaponry, have zoomed past the USS Jason Dunham, which is currently inside of the area, and apparently has attempted to try and conduct some sort of a forced posturing action or a direct threat to the safety of the vessel. This information was published by the U.S. Department of Defense just 40 minutes ago, and it does appear that this is an ongoing situation and an armed standoff between the United States of America and the nation of Venezuela. We have also been able to hear other major updates from around the world at the same time, as U.S. forces have come under fire today inside of Somalia just several hours ago, and we have also been able to hear at the same time that the Finns have found a massive cache of weapons, nearly 100 rifles, anti-tank weapons, some 57mm autocannon of some sort, along with hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammo, all found inside of a town that's somewhat close to the Russian-Finnish border. We have also been able to hear other major updates and news that the Russians are getting slammed once again by Ukrainian armed forces, as we have been able to see that the Ryazan refinery and the Luhansk oil depot have both suffered significant hits, once again hitting critical fuel infrastructure, which is already in its final legs at this moment right now. We have also been able to hear inside the People's Republic of China that it appears that Xi Jinping has been putting out some interesting developments today, once again, propaganda about new Chinese vehicles that were shown off in the parade, which was held just yesterday, and it does appear that we're getting even more information, or at least more glimpses, at some of the new vehicles that have been unveiled. In the meantime, apparently a secret talk was held with the Taiwanese government and the U.S. government inside of Alaska just recently, which was leaked by the Financial Times today. We have also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has ended up having some archival footage leaked out to the public, which wasn't supposed to make it out, that showed a little bit of an incident. While the Iranians were firing off their ballistic and cruise missiles at the state of Israel in the 12-day war, it actually appears that the IRGC ended up filming themselves coming under attack in the midst of the launches by the Israeli drones and airstrikes, letting us see a rare glimpse of what the IRGC truly didn't want you to see. We've also been able to hear outside of that Ukrainian armed forces have continued to hold their front line today throughout the entirety of the front in eastern Ukraine, and we've also been able to hear further developments from the French and British governments about the ongoing developments and situation of a possible post-war Ukraine, which would come after this conflict concludes, which currently has absolutely no end in sight. We have a lot of major news to cover from around the world today, and of course, we have some news that is fresh, I say, fresh off the press, straight from the Caribbean. And we're going to be moving down into that news and covering everything else in great detail throughout the course of the night. And so moving us on down into the area of the Caribbean, we have been able to hear and see of a fairly interesting developing situation that has happened quite literally just moments ago. We were able to hear that an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, the USS Jason Dunham, has actually been buzzed by two Venezuelan F-16 aircraft armed with some sort of an air-to-surface missile, which flew at low altitude directly alongside a destroyer, clearly displaying that it is armed with weaponry, and it does appear that the United States Navy is considering this as a show of force. We also understand that the Department of Defense just published this information not too long ago as well, letting us know that there is an ongoing armed showdown at the moment that is currently happening inside of the Caribbean. The F-16 Fighting Falcon is a fairly ubiquitous aircraft, at least in countries that used to be Western aligned or are currently Western aligned. Here's actually the amount of countries that are using F-16s around the world, and you can see that Venezuela is actually one of them. Oddly enough, there's a little island right there, right off the coast of Venezuela, that says that they formerly used the F-16, and I believe that's because this is actually a French colonial holding, or a post-colonial holding of a sort, or another nation, so I'm not entirely sure. That's actually a bit of a mystery. But nevertheless, Venezuela does operate F-16s. The question, however, that I had before we got on stream is that there wasn't really a lot of detail provided as to what kind of air-to-surface missile was being carried on board these F-16s. And I did a little bit of looking to try and figure out exactly what it could be, and of course, generally I already knew that the answer to this was not going to be straightforward, but it could be just about anything. There are AGM-65 Mavericks that the F-16 can carry. They look like this. Basically, how these work is that they take a snapshot of the target that they're supposed to be hitting, and after it launches, a computer inside the head of this missile tries to make sure that the missile is flying towards something that looks really close to the picture it took at launch, or of whatever the target was. It's highly unlikely that these were AGM-88 HARMs. We do not believe that the Venezuelans have any access to an anti-radiation missile of any type, so we're highly doubting that that was on board those F-16s. There also could have been an AGM-150 JASSM. That's impossible, however, they've never been provided those. That means that there's only some other options that could have been made. The AGM-84 Harpoon, which is our most highly likely option, as it is technically an air-to-surface missile of a sort, and more importantly, it's an actual anti-ship missile designed to combat warships at sea, or the AGM-119 Penguin, which we're highly doubting they have, because this is primarily used by the Norwegians for the most part on their F-16s, and not really a lot of other countries have access. So really the only two weapons that we could narrow it down to if we're taking a good shot in the dark would be an AGM-65 Maverick on board the F-16 or an AGM-84 Harpoon. An F-16 can actually carry a large number of any of these. In terms of the Harpoon, a F-16 can carry about 4 of them, or maybe even more if they want to use more external hardpoints to be able to carry them. As far as Mavericks go, it is pretty easy to equip an F-16 with about 6 AGM-65 Mavericks, 3 on one pylon on one wing and 3 on the other, so it's giving us a little bit of an idea of how well armed these aircraft are. If we were to go with a more...
no matter how armed these aircraft are, the beauty of them using our own aircraft against us is we know every single weak point on this aircraft. So if Venezuela wants to try to play games and come up and intimidate our warships, we know exactly where to hit this plane to take it right out of the sky pretty much quickly. So they're going to be in some trouble doing that. It's honestly kind of ironic they're using our own F-16 against our own forces. Do they really think that's going to scare somebody? Because that's like buying a Chinese aircraft and then using it to try to scare the Chinese. They know how the thing works, so why would you even try to scare them with it?
I don't even know, honestly. But if we went with the idea that they actually were carrying AGM-84 harpoons, they aren't going to pose that much of a problem because the Arleigh Burkes are well enough equipped, especially the Jason Dunham, considering that it's a newer flight or newer block variant of the Arleigh Burke class. And really quickly, I want to make sure that I have this correct because it should be, and let me make sure that I get this correct. Let's see here. It is actually a Flight 2A. I was wanting to make sure that I was correct with that. It's one of the more recent variants of the Arleigh Burke class, and the Flight 2As are very well equipped. Incredibly well equipped, as a matter of fact. Let me go see if I can show y'all, at least in terms of armament, what the DDG-85 onwards would have. It would have the 5-inch main gun, which is, of course, a standard on all Arleigh Burkes. It also would have a phalanx on the rear, along with another C-ram, which is a similar sort of a system to the phalanx, but slightly different to some degree. It's more so of a missile launcher, but still it engages targets close in. So something along those lines. But beyond that, this is quite a well-armed warship by every single standard. The USS Jason Dunham. And while these two F-16s combined could have been carrying 8 anti-ship missiles amongst the two of them, it's really not enough to go up against a US destroyer, especially if they were to engage this destroyer at the usual sort of a range of about 80 to 70 miles away with a harpoon. 80 to 70 miles with a harpoon's usual flight speed of about 550 miles per hour means that this destroyer would actually have about a couple of minutes before those harpoons came within range of the vessel. This means that the Arleigh Burke could fire off any array of surface-to-air missiles that it has, and also use its close-in weapon systems like the CWIS or the Phalanx to be able to try and deal with those missiles and destroy them before they can hit the warship. So generally,
also, I see a lot of people asking, why did the U.S. warship even let those F-16s from Venezuela get that close to their ship? Honestly, my theory is they know that Venezuela was not going to actually attack the vessel because that would be insane for Venezuela to do that, because if the U.S. got the green light, which that would obviously give us the green light to attack Venezuela and pretty much just take the leadership out at that point, they're not going to do that. Venezuela is not going to put themselves in that position. They're going to wait and see what happens with the U.S. side of things. If the U.S. attacks, then they're probably going to respond. Obviously, they're going to try to defend their country, but I don't think Venezuela is going to be starting the war on their own accord, at least for right now, because that would be insane. They would literally FAFO on that one quickly.
Well, right now, this is generally a game of chicken, and standard U.S. Navy rules of engagement dictate that they do not fire unless fired upon. So even if those aircraft are armed and pose a threat to the warship, they generally are to not fire unless if they were fired on directly. And considering that these aircraft got close, after a certain range, you really can't fire off a harpoon. Harpoons have to be fired off at least about a dozen to 24 miles away from a target for it to effectively launch and be able to pick up enough speed and also activate correctly to be able to conduct its attack pattern. Because interestingly enough, the AGM-84 harpoon is actually a very special kind of a missile, at least with how it works. Many of y'all will know of the Javelin anti-tank missile system, and it's a little bit important because they kind of work off of a similar principle. And all of y'all will know that the Javelin actually flies over a tank or any sort of a vehicle and then explodes over that tank, projecting its explosive force downwards through the roof. The AGM-84 works like that, but on a ship. The AGM-84 is when launched will immediately hit pretty much sea level. They're only about 20 feet above sea level or 40 feet above sea level and fly like that all the way up until they're reaching their target. Once they're right on their target, they take a quick vertical pull-up, pretty much going vertical, and then they come right back down, slamming through the upper decks of the vessel that was the target. So in a sense, this is kind of like the naval version of a Javelin missile, or a TOW-2B, if you want to be a little bit more specific about the different kinds of anti-tank systems that the United States has. So this thing actually does pose a somewhat decent threat, but at the same time, U.S. vessels, and really every vessel around the world, considering the threat that harpoons pose, have radars that are designed to be able to pick up air targets that are pretty much skimming the surface of the sea, and to be able to engage them from the maximum distance out from the warship, which could actually be hundreds of miles if they wanted it to be, although most SM-3s at low altitude would have a good bit of difficulty getting out past about 150 miles, but they still could engage these missiles. But at the same time, getting back to what I was saying a second ago, once a aircraft starts to fly too close to a destroyer, it's practically impossible to be able to launch these things and for them to be able to conduct their top-down attack. So generally, once those aircraft got close enough, it was known that while they are armed and an imminent threat, they most likely were not going to be able to fire off those missiles with any chance of success, and so this appeared to have been more of a very threatening force posturing than anything, at least within that area.
Also, by the way, one other question people are asking, this is sort of what we covered in yesterday's stream last night. John Underwood and several others are saying, what system did the U.S. use to destroy the narco terror boat yesterday? And we believe it to be a Reaper drone outfitted with Hellfire missiles on board. That's what we believe it was, but that's purely speculation. But the surveillance camera footage appears to be the standard layout of a Reaper drone system, at least from what I saw. And it looks like, based on some pictures of the thing actually at the base, it looks like it was most likely outfitted with Hellfire. So that's what we believe it was.
Do we have a picture of that that we could quickly go and show on stream really quickly?
Yeah, I think I actually reposted that. Yeah, it's actually the fourth post down on our Twitter page right here.
And so let's go take a look at that really quickly and let's see what we have. So the fourth post down, this is the one?
Yeah, this was a photograph taken at a base in Puerto Rico, actually at an airport in Puerto Rico where this thing landed at. It took off and allegedly went down to Venezuela and carried out the mission.
It is a Hellfire. Yeah, it is, because you can tell because of the distinct stubby little shape of a Hellfire. These things are cute, actually, as far as missiles go. They're quite small, and they pack quite a punch, actually. These things, at least, are believed to be able to punch through about 1,200 meters of rolled homogeneous steel. And if y'all know anything about that, that means that this thing can actually punch through a meter of solid steel, at least with the kind of explosive charge that it has. So these things aren't exactly weak. They're actually incredibly powerful, especially in terms of armor penetration abilities, because these sorts of weapons are actually designed to go up against armored ground targets. So a little bit interesting here, they possibly may have used a special variant of an AGM-114, because generally you wouldn't want to use it against a softer target like a sampan that has 4 outboard motors on it. I mean, that thing has enough force, it could punch through all 4 of the outboard motors side by side and still have enough penetrating force to spare to be able to go through even more as well. So these things are quite powerful, but if they did use one of these against the narco boat, that is very interesting to note that they used a Hellfire on it.
I think they probably did, because I usually don't really see the Reaper drones outfitted with missiles like this. I think it's somewhat rare for it to be outfitted with missiles because mostly it's used for surveillance. So they just need the surveillance pod, which is obviously installed on the aircraft by default. So that's nothing new. But I think mounting missiles on board, with it being that unusual and also with it being in the proximity of Venezuela down there in Puerto Rico, I would say the odds are very high that's most likely the weapon they used.
Yeah, I would have to say. Also, I see some people saying he said 1,200 meters. Sorry, miscorrection there. It's 1,200 millimeters. I didn't mean to say meters. I think I misspoke right there. But 1,200 millimeters, which 1,200 millimeters is 1.2 meters of rolled homogeneous steel, which is usually how an armor penetration value is measured, is how many millimeters of rolled homogeneous steel can the thing punch through. And it's actually quite a lot. And that's only the publicly available figure. And going off of the notion that usually the Department of Defense underreports the abilities of our weapon systems, it probably is a higher value than that. I would assume probably around 1,500 millimeters of rolled homogeneous steel. So it's quite powerful. But nevertheless, it does appear that this is a fairly interesting sort of a force posturing that's being done by the Venezuelans. And I have to say that it is quite threatening. Flying out 2 F-16s with AGM-88 harms is not leaving a small message against the U.S. Second Fleet, which is in the area. That's actually a fairly threatening message, a quite an ominous one. It's like someone someone, walking up to a 7-Eleven with a Glock in their waistband, you generally know that bad things might be happening there soon, and that's the kind of message that Venezuela has tried to send with what they've done with the F-16s today. We also were able to get further corroboration of this as well. I just made sure to have a backup here, but it once again confirms the exact same thing, and the Department of Defense also put out a published statement on it as well, not long after those had come out before the Department of Defense statement. But still, this is an interesting sort of a situation, and it's showing right now that at least within the Caribbean, we're most likely going to be playing a game of chicken with the Venezuelans. The Venezuelans appear to be trying to provoke U.S. warships with this sort of an action, so that way the Venezuelans could cry victim on a global stage, but so far it appears that the United States rules of engagement do not allow for any sort of aircraft or Venezuelan vessels to be engaged unless if the U.S. Navy is fired upon directly. So with that in mind, we're going to have to see how this turns out. The Venezuelans may be trying to provoke U.S. forces in the area to try and get a response, or they may be trying to get U.S. forces used to these kinds of escalations and then possibly see if they can conduct some sort of an attack of some type or some nature against the U.S. Navy within the Caribbean, although the chances of that are highly unlikely, because I would suppose that Maduro would understand that the Venezuelan government will most likely not be able to survive the actions that come later after such an attempt. So with that, I hope that does address that ongoing situation somewhat well. And in the meantime, we've also been able to hear of another interesting situation that has occurred inside of Finland, weirdly enough. And I want to make sure to get y'all into this story a little bit ahead of everything, because considering that the Venezuelan story is dealing with a narco guy, I thought it'd be a little bit interesting to talk about something that would deal with illegal matters inside of Finland, because there was a major discovery that happened today near to the Finnish town of Kouvola, and it appears that Finnish authorities have uncovered two major weapons caches near to the city in the small village of Voika, hopefully I'm pronouncing all of this correctly, and Korea. Apparently, there's some sort of a large illegal weapons and explosive cache that has been found in both of these villages. In total, over 100 firearms, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, fragmentation grenades, which are standard high explosive grenades, anti-tank munitions, and a 75mm cannon were all found at these two weapons caches outside of Kouvola.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you call a typical armament, I would say. That sounds very unusual, especially for Finland.
Yeah, a 75mm cannon. I'd like, that's quite the bizarre sort of a thing to just hear out of the blue. There's a 75mm cannon in some town outside of Kouvola. That's a little bit odd. I'm not gonna lie, folks, a little bit interesting. Also,
They were about to take to the 7 seas with that one. I tell you what, they're about to go on the pirate duties with that one.
Yar, my boy. Man, let me go see 75mm cannons. Let me go see if we can get an idea of what type of a 75mm cannon this would be, because generally the 75mm caliber, at least from what I would know, is not a common one that you hear about anymore these days. That's something that would be from like the World War II and World War I era. That was a fairly common caliber back then. But in the modern day, it's just really hard pressed to hear of any kind of a system like that. So hold up, the Type 90. This is from the Empire of Japan, so that's obsolete as well. Because this is, if you pull up a 75mm cannon, folks, just to give you all an idea of how old these are, here are some World War I era French 75mm. Here's a Japanese World War II era 75mm, but you would be damn near hard-pressed to find anything that's modern. This, by the way, folks, is actually a gun in, I believe, one of the U.S. Army's honor guards that fires off cannon salutes, so once again, a ceremonial role, and those things are quite old as well. So I don't even know what in the hell this 75mm gun could be, because if it was anything, it had to have been ancient. As a matter of fact, folks, this whole thing seems very odd to me. Hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. And in America, that would be called a day on the range. But in most European countries, that is able to equip a sizable force. On top of that, 100 firearms just sitting around. I mean, that's also quite a large amount of firearms as well, just to be hanging out in some weapons caches. And then there's also frag grenades, actual usable frag grenades, and anti-tank ammunition. Now, I don't know what type of anti-tank munition it is, because they don't really say. I don't know if that's an anti-tank guided missile or if it's just an armor-piercing round that went with the 75mm cannon. But it's just the whole thing's really bizarre. The weirdest sort of a thing. The Finnish authorities are currently conducting an investigation into this and trying to figure out what all of this was and what all of it was about. So hopefully we'll be able to hear some more updates from Finnish authorities here in the future, because this was only 80 kilometers away from the Russian border. It's not that far off. So we'll have to find out what that was and what it's being involved in, because it seems to be somewhat illicit, at least at the moment. And speaking of something,
Also, by the way, I do want to mention this as well. This is not the first time a stash has been found in Finland. I just actually looked it up and found this out. Also, one of our Finnish viewers told us that they found stashes there before, but I think this might be a bigger stash and a more unusual one than previously has been found. I was looking through the article here, which was a source of that story, and it looks like the police are keeping the details about what was found there very, very secret. They're just saying generally they found the cannon, they found some grenades, but they're not saying who made the equipment. They're not saying where it came from or anything. So that to me rings a little bit suspicious. Why wouldn't they say it was simply NATO-made weapons or something like that if it was? It sounds like, and this is just my speculation, we don't have proof of it yet, but it sounds like it could have been weapons which might have a link to Russia, and that might be part of the reason why they're not saying that, because it looks like they're keeping it very, very secretive all the way around.
yeah, I would have to say it's a little interesting. I really don't know what to make of it, folks, at least at this moment. But it's a little bit interesting to hear. Now, I will say this, folks. Sometimes things are overblown in Europe with stuff like this. This one, though, really isn't being overblown, because 100 guns, 100,000 rounds of ammo, and an anti-tank gun, along with frag grenades and anti-tank rounds, isn't exactly a normal collection that you would even find here in the United States. But sometimes in Europe, they have a way of overblowing things. Like, for example, someone could have tried to restore a Panther tank in Germany, and then the German government's like a private citizen was arming and equipping a tank to take down the German government, and then they go and steal it. So, you know, they don't steal it, they technically confiscate it from the citizen. But this one was quite bizarre, and considering that it was that close to the Russian border, it's fairly interesting to hear about. But moving on from
Also,
that.
they have pictures of it too, Enforce. They have pictures of this actually in the original source from the Finnish media. They actually show pictures of what appears to be a barn with shipping containers outside of it. So they have all the Finnish authorities in like hazmat suits walking into this barn and also walking near these shipping containers. It looks like it probably wasn't abandoned. There's a car actually outside of it that looks to be a car that's been recently used. So I don't know. Like to me, it looks like it was an active spot. Like if it was an old forgotten stash, it seems like maybe it would have been forgotten. Like in the name, it would have been forgotten about. So why would somebody be there at the location unless it was something that was an active spot?
And also, do we have those pictures where we could show them to everyone?
Yeah, I'll send you the link to the article right now. And also, by the way, I want to make this very clear. This is being reported by the Finnish media, and it's all alleged. So, you know, this is all alleged right now. So don't take it as like a guaranteed conclusion. This is what the media is saying. But there's the link right now in your Discord.
So let's take a look at this. So, oh dang. You know what? I guess I'll accept the cookies. But beyond that, so it is a normal house with container boxes around it. That's not a barn, actually. That's a house, with a shipping container sitting right next to it. And we can't really see any guns or anything like that, at least in these pictures. Oh, any guns. But fairly interesting nonetheless. Also, I like how they're wearing like hazmat suits and stuff, like this is possibly radioactive, like Chernobyl. It's just a gun, you know, like it's not going to be giving you any lethal doses of radiation or anything like that, but still
Also notice, by the way, in the article, it says that the police department was conducting a major operation related to an ongoing criminal investigation, according to the allegations. So they're not saying what the investigation was even about. They're just saying that it was an investigation. They went there to go see what it was, and that's apparently where they found a number of weapons and explosives, according to the article. So I don't know. Like it seems a little bit weird to me. It doesn't sound like a forgotten stash, at least in my opinion.
Now, this sounds like an active stash, something that people were actively working on, building up. So we'll have to try and see what more information we can get, but that is a very bizarre occurrence, nonetheless, that came out of Finland. Speaking of bizarre occurrences, we finally got to hear that the illegal land, keeping everything on the illegal category of Somalia, which everyone knows is pretty much a criminal state in its natural existence, has also ended up hitting the headlines today for some very interesting developments. But before we move on into that, I do want to make sure to circle back to our whole Finnish story and talk about it at least a little bit more. more for a second, because what are y'all thinking, really, about this weapons cache that was found only 80 kilometers away from the Russian border? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so it looks like 61% of the audience said it sounds like a Russian paramilitary stash in their personal opinion, while 23% said it sounds like an old forgotten stash that was merely forgotten about and recently found, and 7% said I think it was an enthusiast. And based on the very limited information we have, right now it's really hard to come to any conclusions about it because the Finnish are being very, very secretive about what they found there, except for some general information about the weaponry in sort of like a bigger sense. They're not saying who made it or anything. With the information about who made it, we can make some really good conclusions out of it. But until then, I would say I'm leaning toward the idea that maybe, honestly, with it being so close to the Russian border, I'd like to think that it could have been related to the Russians stashing away weapons to maybe attack Finland from the interior. That could be what it was about, maybe some sort of paramilitary operation. But once again, that's all just, my speculation. It's all alleged right now. The police aren't saying very much about it. And of course, until they come to their conclusion, we really can't say either. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it certainly was a Russian armed rebellion. I'm just kidding, by the way. It's really hard to say. I honestly would say I'd have to be within the unsure and undecided camp, because this could have been anything. It could have been some guy who was trying to build up a arms collection from the Winter War, and he was just going around gathering up rusted rifles out in the middle of nowhere and finding, random ammunition sitting around the marshes. That could have been a possibility. But also at the same time, folks, I'm doubting that a little bit, because most of those old active battlegrounds are 80 years old, almost getting towards 85 at this point, and a lot of them are actually inside of Russia. So I generally have to believe that a lot of those weapons are most likely modern, brand new, and also that the ammunition is also largely new and usable. So whatever this was, we won't be able to say exactly what the intention of it was or anything like that, because we're not really getting a lot of information on it. But it is an interesting occurrence nonetheless, and one that requires...
What if it was just like, for example, because, we're talking about the Russians trying to attack Finland. What if it was just a Finn that was very worried about Russia attacking their country and they wanted to be ready for the Russians? It could be that. I'm not sure how the gun laws are in Finland. I think it's very restrictive. I'm not even sure if you're allowed to own a gun in Finland, actually. I don't think you are, based on what I know. But maybe it's just a scared, concerned citizen. They want to be able to protect their property and their neighbors if the Russians show up.
Maybe, but if that was the case, usually they are a part of the National Guard or the militia already, and like a lot of people love to say, they would be mobilized at the outbreak of war immediately, so they wouldn't really need to do that outside of the government. The government already is technically is supposed to factor that in, so I would highly doubt that.
So I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here, like give them a little bit of wiggle room here, but you never really know.
Yeah, I would have to say, you never really know. But moving on from that and on out of Finland, speaking of things that have been going on that have been illicit and illegal today, speaking of Maduro's little narco scare going on down in South America at the moment, and the weapons cache that was illegal that was found inside of Finland, it's now time for us to move on into the land of anarchy, the land of Somalia. Everybody knows that Somalia is most likely the most anarchist state of a place that's ever been seen in the world in the present day. There is practically no government and no laws in Somalia, hardly at all. And for this reason, U.S. forces have continued to keep some level of a presence within Somalia up until the present day. And we were actually able to hear, according to AFRICOM Command in Europe earlier today, that apparently the Al-Shabaab, what a name, announced in a press statement today that the implementation of an operation it described as decisive against American forces stationed at Kismayo Airport in southern Somalia. Just to let y'all know how decisive this was, a firefight ensued that lasted for some time, and they ended up hitting nobody. They did not wound or kill a single U.S. service member at this airport, nor did they wound or kill anyone else. Every single round that they fired missed. So it does appear that it was quite decisive in showing that the Al-Shabaab is a group of idiots, and that was really about it. It's still an interesting development. It's one of the few times that we've heard of recently of any sort of an armed action occurring against U.S. forces inside of Somalia, at least in the public, but it still is something to hear about nonetheless. But luckily, nobody was wounded or killed in the midst of that firefight, at least on our side. But we don't really know if any of the Al-Shabaab guys got a bullet in the Al-Shabaab. We're not really sure on that one. But moving on from that, I gotta ask this, folks. When they go into like an ice cream parlor or something, do they say, I would like an ice cream, al shabab? Do they say that, or do they just say a la mode? Like, what do they say? I'm very interested in that whole deal. Or is that like their version of SpongeBob, is al shabab? I have many questions about
Ice
the
cream
name.
is forbidden.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Like it's forbidden
Man,
alone.
they don't go in there saying anything. I think if they went into the ice cream store, they'd be like, "We're shutting this damn place down. This isn't allowed to exist."
Man, this is halal. But beyond but beyond that, I gotta say, what an interesting name, Al Shabab. I gotta be honest with y'all. The names are getting goofier the more and more time continues to pass. Like doesn't that sound like abracadabra or something like that? Something silly along those lines. But anyways, it is time for us to move on from that little bit of news in Somalia, and time for us to move on into some other news inside of Beijing. What's up, Beijing? We were able to see something interesting. We saw this yesterday, but I wanted to show it to y'all today because we actually were able to get a good clip of it. So after Kim Jong-un left in an area that he was sitting and meeting one of the leaders, it was Putin or Xi Jinping, all of his bodyguards and staff came in and started wiping everything down that he touched.
He stained the chair?
No, this is to make sure that there's
Oh.
no DNA left over, like hairs or anything like that. But it's absolutely
Okay.
crazy.
I was about to say, what do you get nervous or something? You had a little accident there on the chair. Though, although that is like going overboard right there. Like I've heard of like Putin's bodyguards, like taking the stool with them, and because for obviously don't want to give away the information from the stool, but wiping the chair down. I mean that's going overboard.
So apparently what this was done for was so that way if there was any hair follicles left over or anything like that at all, it would be gone. And so they wouldn't be able to collect any DNA data off of it. Now, what's interesting about this is that this is actually inside of a Chinese governmental building, and considering how restrictive China is, it seems as though Kim Jong-un is wanting to stop the Russians or the Chinese from figuring anything out about his health, more so than he's not wanting the United States to know about it. So that's actually quite an interesting thing to observe, that they're still so paranoid, including Kim Jong-un, that they're going to make sure to wipe everything down so that way not even the Chinese or the Russians will know about the true health conditions of Kim Jong-un. Fairly interesting
Oh,
stuff.
can you imagine though? Imagine the leverage that would give China or Russia over North Korea. That would give them tremendous leverage. If they knew that Kim was like terminally ill or he had some type of medical condition, that could bring the entire regime down. Like that's that severe because the great leader is supposed to be omnipotent. He's supposed to be the guy who knows how to do everything. He can build everything. He can do everything. He knows literally everything. And also he's supposed to be medically really fit because he's the main guy. So if all of a sudden, China or Russia gets information that he's a terminal or something like that, and they hold that over his head and say, we'll go public with this information and tell your people about it unless you do exactly what we ask, that could be detrimental.
Honestly, it could be. And it really does show with how much they go through the efforts of ensuring that nothing can be found out about them, even for their allies. We also were able to see something else that was interesting. This was leaked from Chinese social media. They took a video of some Chinese main battle tanks that were moving through Beijing during the parade. This was a fairly interesting one because right here is the ZTZ-99A. This is generally what we've assumed to be the most advanced and competent main battle tank of the People's Republic of China's People's Liberation Army. Now, behind this, you'll actually see the brand new ZTC-100, which I'm calling the ZTC Prius because it actually uses a hybrid engine that is like a Prius's engine. It's half electric, half diesel. So a little bit interesting, but you can actually hear the difference in the sounds of the engines, and the ZTC-100 is far quieter. It's just the problem with that, though, and I don't think a lot of people know this, and this is something that I saw a lot of people talking about, the quietness of a tank's engine isn't necessarily a huge thing. Like, of course, you don't want them to be screaming loud, but at the same time, making them insanely quiet doesn't really do anyone a lot of good, because usually tanks are engaging people at nearly, nowadays, several thousand yards or a mile away. It's incredibly rare to see them point blank on anything, and at that point, noise is not really the least of your concerns, because the tank's literally right on top of them, so it's not really like you're trying to conceal where the tank is. It's literally blowing a high explosive shell right into the house right in front of them, so it's not really like it would be a mystery. But anyways, here's the clip. You can hear the sound of the ZTC 99s.
It sounds pretty good, I'll admit.
Yeah, I'd have to say diesel engines and tanks always sound good. And this is the CTC 100. Notice how quiet.
I just got to say, like a hybrid tank, like hybrid any type of weapon, that really like affects the reliability a lot, because if you don't have that thing charged up, you're losing a huge capability, and now you have these massive batteries weighing the thing down even more, which just makes it a worse tank at that point. It's to me, it sounds like a bad idea.
I'll be honest with you, there's also a bit of an issue with that as well. They have to supply these things with electricity. And it's like that now you're having to supply each of these vehicles with two totally separate fuel sources, which you have to source separately, or you have to find some way to source both of them separately. You have to have electricity, and you also have to have fuel for these vehicles. So logistically, they become a lot more complicated to keep running. And I know that a lot of people are saying, well, it'll cut down on fuel consumption, and that certainly is true, and especially for China, considering that they are not really a country that is able to sustain themselves in a war from their petroleum reserves or from their crude oil production and refining abilities. This could be somewhat important to them, but at the same time, this is also going to cause a great deal of issues, because it's like, let's say they're on an island hopping campaign with these vehicles. If they land in Taiwan, where the hell are they going to find a Tesla charging station to hook these things up at in the middle of a war? Like that's kind of my question there. They're going to have to bring some sort of a extra, hell, I think they're going to have to raise brand new battalions within their armor brigades in the logistics units just to be able to provide electrical supply to those vehicles to keep them running. And then on top of that, there still is the issue, especially with lithium-ion batteries, which these are most likely running off of, because that seems to be really the only efficient kind of battery we have these days until something new is created. They lose power with every single charge, and every single time you recharge those batteries, they're actually losing a little bit of their peak efficiency each and every time. So this thing is kind of mired with some issues, at least on its outset, and it seems like it'd be a difficult thing to keep operational on the battlefield.
And also imagine when this thing gets hit, like imagine the fire that's going to break out from those lithium batteries getting hit from a shell or something. It's going to cause the tank to be completely destroyed if the battery pack is pierced, which is another fatal flaw to this thing as well. Also, I see a lot of people mentioning, they're saying the tank can regenerate its own energy through braking, kind of like a hybrid car. I don't think that would work in a tank, because the amount of battery packs you're going to have in this tank to be able to power it, even for a small amount of time, these are going to be massive batteries. I don't think you're going to get enough energy being produced from braking, because also tanks aren't braking like up to a stop sign or something. They don't brake like that, and they also don't go very fast either. So I don't think that would work. I'm not an expert on that, but common sense kind of tells me that regenerative braking probably wouldn't be the way to go.
It certainly wouldn't be the way to go. Most of the time, a tank is just idling somewhere, hardly moving at all. So it's just, running the motor, and that's it. And it's just consuming fuel. Tanks don't move a lot at all, like hardly in real life. Like a tank taking a cross-country venture, and this is something that a lot of people don't really know, is that when you see a tank on a battlefield somewhere, it is only moving under its own power for those last several dozen miles to the battlefield. Beyond that, they're carried by something else, by a truck, on a trailer, or by a train, because it's insanely fuel inefficient to move those things around under their own power, and on top of that, they're wildly slow. And another thing is that they seem to have a good bit of issues with breaking down, especially under what would be considered normally incredibly low mileage. So generally you want to move the tanks under their own power as little as possible, even when they're on the battlefield. So that's something that wouldn't really work for these tanks. It's not really like they're taking a road trip down the interstate. These things would most likely just be sitting somewhere for hours on end until they got an order. They would drive about 10 miles forward, engage something, and then drive the 10 miles back, and then sit back there, and then sit idling again for a little while, then eventually refuel, rearm, and then get pulled off the line for a little while, and then be sent back. So anyways, here's the rest of the clip.
You know what would be a wild idea for a tank? Like this, I just thought about this. This would be wild. What about a tank that's nuclear reactor powered, like a mini nuclear reactor in a tank? It's twofold. It provides deterrence, because nobody's going to want to hit that tank, because they'll basically set off a nuke in their battlefield scenario at that point. Nobody would want to do that. And number two, it's another thing, because it provides constant energy to the tank, and you don't have to constantly refuel it either. You just keep the nuclear fuel in it, and it goes for a much longer time. Now, obviously, I'm being facetious with that, but it's an idea.
You're being facetious with it, but Chrysler wasn't. Back in the 50s, they actually tested that out with the TV8.
What the?
Yeah, this is a nuclear-powered tank.
Why's it got to look goofy though? what the hell is this? This is a joke.
No, this is
Why'd they put
real.
everything in the turret? Why'd they put everything in the turret? Why didn't they put it in the base?
It belongs in the turret.
That is so goofy right there. Like, I mean, I don't know.
You know, honestly, you know that song, Matthew, that's like from the meme where they're like, stuff it in the cornucopia. The Chrysler designers are like, stuff it in the turret, like until everything except for the tracks is in the turret. Nothing is in the hole. This thing is so stupid looking. But Chrysler actually
Why?
did make one of these and they tested it out and found out that it was kind of inefficient, so they like dropped the program. But they did try
So
it
that's why
out.
they got rid of it. That's why they got rid of it, because it was inefficient. They didn't get rid of it because it was like super dangerous and also goofy looking. Also, by the way, that is so goofy right there to like make the turret that bulbous like that. How do you even turn the turret? That thing probably weighs tons.
You turn it with nuclear power. But what was stupid about this whole thing, this was kind of my issue with it, is that this isn't even a main battle tank. This was a light tank. So we're going to have nuclear-powered light tanks roaming around the battlefield. It made no sense at all. This was something that Chrysler did when they found some cocaine, and they were like, no way, we can do this. And then they designed it, and it was a terrible idea, and just it failed, obviously. So that's why it never went anywhere. But the Soviets actually had their own, which was the Object 279. But theirs wasn't nuclear powered. It was just designed to survive a nuclear blast, practically like point blank.
Interesting. These are all really wild. Also, that's War Thunder right there too. I
Yeah.
like that.
But here's a real picture of it. There's not really a lot of really good actual pictures of it. You can actually see it in the Kubinka Tank Museum, but not a lot of people take pictures of it there for some reason. But this one was quite bizarre. But they designed the hull so that way it actually would be able to survive a nuclear blast and also be able to traverse pretty much a nuclear wasteland after it had been created by a bomb. So a little bit of an interesting sort of vehicle, but this one also failed as well due to being way too mechanically complex. But beyond
Yeah.
that, some interesting stuff from
You
the
know
early
how
nuclear era.
Yeah, you know how the Soviets hate their soldiers when they put tracks in the center of it like that, where you really can't change them out that easily. Like, can you imagine the pain in the ass that would be to change out those tracks in the middle if they popped off or something? That would be a nightmare.
Yeah, they didn't really think. That's also one of the reasons why it was canceled, because there were some places mechanically that were impossible to reach. But anyways, moving on from that, in time to get on to some more news, we also were able to hear down inside of Taiwan that according to the Financial Times, which is the only source we have for this, apparently U.S. and Taiwanese defense officials held secret talks in Alaska. But I also want to add in really quickly, not to like diss on the Financial Times, but sometimes their reporting is a little bit of a hit and a miss sort of thing, where a story might just be nearly made up entirely. So I don't really know if this is accurate or not, but we're going to say that it may have happened. And if we get any further corroboration of that fact, we'll make sure to speak on it even further. But for now, take that one with a grain of salt. But moving on from that and on into the Middle East, we also have a very interesting clip from here. A fairly interesting one. It's archival, but it's one that I have to show y'all because it just was uncovered. It's fresh and it's exciting. It is from the 12-Day War, and everyone remembers the 12-Day War, the major airstrikes that the Israelis were conducting against Iran, and the major counterattacks that were being conducted by the Iranians against Israel, firing off a large amount of their cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. One thing that was interesting, though, is that a lot of clips were always coming out from the 12-Day War showing the Iranians launching their missiles without a hitch, but we never got to see this video, which leaked out today from Iran. This is actually a video that was made by the IRGC and was scrubbed from viewing for the public because they were filming the launches of these ballistic missiles while they were under a Israeli drone and airstrike attack. So here's the clip. But this is something that the public was not supposed to see. They were actually setting up the ballistic missiles for launch, and you can actually see one of the launchers was hit while being set up, and it had caught on fire and was exploding while the IRGC was filming the whole thing. Here's another clip. I don't know what's up with the transitions here, a little weird.
Typewriter military effect preset.
Man, here's another missile firing while another one was hit and blown up. This makes me feel like we're watching a Charlie Chaplin short, but from like Saudi Arabia. But beyond that, it does appear that the IRGC actually was suffering losses of their transport-erector launchers in the midst of the ongoing attacks against Israel during the 12-day war. We had gotten reports during the conflict that the Israelis were striking these launchers in the midst of them attacking Israel, but because the Iranians were censoring the footage, we were never able to see that in real time when it was happening. This is the first time we've ever been able to see such cases, and it actually does confirm that the Israeli Air Force was able to target and destroy some of these transport-erector launchers while they were setting up to fire against the Israelis, which may have been the reason why that later on in the 12-day war, we were starting to see that Iranian attacks were becoming increasingly smaller as each day passed, because they may have started to lose or generally get a lot of their transport-erector launchers blown up in the midst of the prior attacks they were conducting against the Israelis. So a fairly interesting development nonetheless on that. And so with that, folks, it's now time for us to move on into the major news of the night, which actually comes from Europe and the Ukraine war, which is a huge segment in itself, because we got a lot of footage out of Ukraine today and a decent amount to talk about in terms of frontline developments and updates. But before we move on from that, and on into that news, I do want to make sure that we take a little bit of a moment to say a big thanks to everyone for watching so far tonight. We still have a lot to go, but we have actually had 13.7 thousand people here at the peak tonight, and 65,000 people have watched this show in just 55 minutes. That is crazy stuff. And I gotta say that it's an absolutely wonderful and incredible thing to see that folks continue to watch this channel as their primary source of news. We take a high amount of honor and pride in that fact that we're able to be the primary provider of news to so many people each and every day, and as a matter of fact, a lot of people consider us to be their only source of news, which also adds a great deal of stress and pressure, because we are now usually in the top 30s in the ratings in America on YouTube. Just yesterday, we were number 27 in America, which is pretty crazy because we're actually competing with Barstool Gambling for viewership on YouTube now, which is kind of crazy to see that we're actually beating out the Chronic Gamblers. Isn't that nuts, folks? Like, that's crazy. We're beating out traditional news channels and everything else as well. It's just a really crazy sort of a time to be running this channel. We're even beating Reuters. Like, it's just crazy to see how far the channel has come. But beyond that, the reason why I'm saying that is because we pride ourselves greatly in being your primary source of news. And if you are enjoying the stream right now, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We cover this news every single day, like clockwork, at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, except for Mondays. You can always count on us to be here 6 days a week, every single day but Monday, covering the past 24 hours of all of the major developments of news from around the world. It truly is a pretty crazy thing to think about, and we would love for you, if you're a new viewer, to join us as we continue to cover the news day in and day out. And also, another thing is that I see a lot of people talking about the ratings and how that's going. It's a really weird thing, folks. I don't really think about it a lot anymore, but being number 27 in America as a show, I don't really think it hits us anymore, Matthew. That's actually really crazy that we're hitting those sorts of numbers these days. At all.
It's wild, honestly. It's really crazy. It's wild that we're actually beating out the traditional news media. That's what's the wild part.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing. Like, it's a really crazy thing, folks. Like, it still doesn't really hit me even when I say it right now. Like, I'll be honest with y'all, this is kind of like a sales pitch to ask people to subscribe, because we would love to see more people join our channel. But even when I say it, it doesn't really mentally hit me, because it's just a little bit hard to believe that we're outdoing entire corporations like Fox and CNN and Reuters for viewership on YouTube. And those are well-founded names in news that people actually have known and somewhat trusted for decades. And now we're here and we're number 27 and they're not even close. It's a really weird sort of a thing.
Would you like it to hit you?
I don't really know. I feel like if it hit me, I would start to freak out. I'd be like, oh my God. Like, I'd be like, oh my God, I can't do this. So luckily it doesn't hit me. So, hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, folks. Don't hit me. I don't
you'll never hear about the mainstream talking about nuclear tanks and stuff like that. Like, when did they ever talk about stuff like that? And also, when does the mainstream ever talk about what's really happening in Europe? They don't even talk about that hardly at all. Like, they'll tell you some, like, a little gloss over of, like, oh, there was like a military exercise. But anyways, moving back to domestic politics now, we need to focus on that for the other 23 hours of the day. They don't even cover it at all. It's like they think people are dumb or something. I don't know what's up with them.
Yeah, it's just a crazy sort of a thing with that, with mainstream news. Honestly, folks, mainstream news talks down to people. I think that's the main problem that they have, is that they insult everyone's intelligence by making their stories so streamlined. They'll be like, there was a big military exercise and they have big guns and they had lots of soldiers. And it's like, okay, well, can we get some more than that? And then they'll move straight into domestic politics after that. And then you hear how, of course, if you're from America, you'll know this, how the Republicans or Democrats are akin to terrorists, depending on whichever channel you click on. And I don't think a lot of people are into that anymore. And that's what makes the Enforcer channel so great, is that we don't get into politics. It's news without the politics. You can actually do it, and we've done it.
The mainstream's trying to replicate what we're doing, by the way. I saw yesterday that CNN has a new program out called What's With the News or something like that. Some like little show. They've added like comedy into the news a little bit. The problem is, though, nobody wants a manufactured personality. Like, you can tell when someone's personality is being manufactured and they're not being themselves and they're also following a script. It just doesn't work. Like, it really never works at all. So, and also, it's like, we're not doing comedy necessarily to like strain it or like to do it on purpose. Like, oh, we need to throw like a little comedy in there or something like that. I'm just simply being myself, and so is the Enforcer. So if you're hearing something that's like a corny joke or something, that's because we thought it up in our head. We're not trying to like purposely add it. So you can't fake that kind of junk. And I think they're trying to do that as well, which is not going to work. They're not going to be able to break into the podcast scene. I'm sorry, but that's not something they're going to do.
Also, man, considering that their jokes are written by writers, and I have to be honest with y'all, writers under pressure aren't really going to come up with the greatest jokes, and also they're going to always be forced because they're having to force the joke to happen. That doesn't really work. Like, we don't have writers. I just do this thing raw every night. Like, when y'all hear me yapping for 2 hours straight in this news segment, and then Matthew just interjecting here and there, it's all unscripted every single night, which is a little bit weird to think about because I don't really think a lot of people could survive unscripted for this long doing a monologue. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get some questions. Pretty much, in short, folks, all I'm trying to say is please be kind and subscribe. Oh, why the hell not? It would be nice to have y'all here. But with that, Matthew, what do we got for some live chat questions? Well, more so, questions in general.
All right, so jumping into our first Super Chat questions here, our first one goes to LC39A, of course, the channel legend at this point, and he puts in a $155 support, and thank you very much, LC39A, for by far the largest support of the night thus far. And he said, Russia is arming the Finns, LOL.
And it's interesting. In a way, they kind of were, in a roundabout sort of a sense. If those were Russian weapons, well, the Finns just got 100 extra guns, a 75mm anti-tank gun, well, some type, I don't really know, and then some anti-tank rounds and 100,000 rounds of ammo. So I guess in a sense, they got a little bit of an armament for free. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. So a massive, tremendous thanks to you once again, LC39A, for being a channel legend and massively supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running day in and day out. And so with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one. But a massive thanks to you once again.
Indeed. And our next one here goes to Cooper. And Cooper puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Cooper, for that support. I did not see a comment attached with it, but we do appreciate that very much because that does help keep the channel running. And like we always say, it's the viewer support that keeps the whole thing running all the time for many, many years at this point. And we do sincerely appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And I've got to say that it's a wonderful thing to know that people continue to enjoy and support this channel, because folks like y'all help us to make this thing possible and keep this thing running. And also, really quickly, I was wanting to show this to y'all because someone brought it up, and I need to show this because it is a crazy sort of a system. And I thought we would take a live chat since there was nothing attached to that super chat. Cooper didn't throw in a comment or a live chat question, so we'll take one in his honor. Someone said, have you ever heard of the Test 3? And I have heard of the Test 3, if I remember correctly. This was a bizarre creation for the Soviet Union's whack programs. I don't really know how to describe it, but it was pretty much a mobile nuclear power plant. And that's what it looked like. It was a modular system. You would hook them all together. So it was kind of like a Lego. You would click them all together, and then it would pretty much run like a mobile nuclear power plant. These things never picked up, and they never really took off. I think there was one prototype made, and then it was all abandoned as a concept, because this is a stupid idea. There were ideas to put nuclear power plants in everything back in the day, including an atomic powered train. And let me go see if I can show you all that. The atomic train. Let me see here. Dang, I need to find the real concept for this thing. Wow, they
Something
just
like putting a nuclear reactor mobile, that seems like a great idea, especially with the Russians and their track record of running nuclear power plants. The last thing they need is a mobile version of Chernobyl.
Yeah, you know, that just, it doesn't seem like a great idea. And sadly, I really can't find a good example of the nuclear powered locomotive. There are these 3D models, but everyone has a different 3D model for it because it was really conceptual and it never picked up off the ground. But the idea was that it would generally be something akin to an Alco FA1, but it would be nuclear powered. And it would have a nuclear reactor inside of it. Generally, however, folks, the idea of putting a nuclear reactor in anything that moves beyond it being a vessel at sea, like a submarine or a carrier or anything along those lines, is a very bad idea. So these never really caught on for that reason, and also they're prohibitively expensive and don't really make a lot of sense for how much it would cost to maintain a singular running nuclear reactor for one train that has limited power output, and then you would have to have people, of course, regulating and operating this reactor around the clock, meaning that if this locomotive ever stopped for maintenance, it's a money sink. There was a lot of things that didn't really make sense about that, but still, an interesting sort of thing. Also, I don't know what it is, but when you type in atomic powered train, it just pulls up crap that isn't even atomic powered, like the Aero train. That was just a streamlined train. Like, it's not even nuclear powered. And then another one I was looking at down here, the New York Central jet train. They just took a turbojet off of a B-52 and strapped it to the top of this thing. It was fast. Like, I think this
Yeah,
thing could
that's like
get.
something that's like something a YouTuber would do or something. I put a jet engine on this train and it went 100 miles an hour. Look.
Dude, I actually had to show you this thing because I think it got up to 150 miles per hour. This was like back in the 60s. And they were like, oh my God. And then they just completely scrapped it because it went so fast. I think if I remember correctly, it started to warp the rails under it. So it was pretty much destroying the railroad tracks as it went along because it was traveling so quickly. But let me see if I can go pull that up really quickly. The New York Central jet train, the NYC jet train. Let me see if I can show it to you. Like how fast this freaking thing went. Let's see here. Oh, here we are. I gotta mute that. Now that's copyrighted to hell. But this is the jet train when it was under testing. Like, it was, let me get it up close. This thing was insane. Like, I can't believe they actually even designed something like this and thought it would be worthwhile to test it out. But that thing was going, I think, like 140 right there.
Yeah, it is insane, honestly.
Yeah, that's freaking nuts. But anyways, outside of that, a huge thanks to you once again for the support, Cooper, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that that was an interesting rabbit hole about the wonky stuff that was tried out back in the 50s and the 60s. People always used to say that the engineers were on crack in the 70s, but I truly think that they were actually hitting the white snow well before the 70s, because the 50s and 60s were a crazy time. But anyways, with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on to the rest of the news.
All right, and this one goes to Annoyed AF. He is still annoyed, and he puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, is it weird to shoot a boat and not board it to confiscate the drugs down there in Venezuela? Also, isn't it more traditional to follow where the drugs were being loaded from and bombing that, rather than bombing a single cigarette boat?
That's an interesting question, and I'll explain at least the premise that the U.S. government is working off of, which technically is correct. This has become, of course, a wildly controversial thing, because whenever a president makes an action, half of people are going to hate it because they're not of his political affiliation, the other half are going to love it. But generally, while you could have gone and tried to commandeer the vessel, this could have been done, and it was technically legal. For one, the group that was operating the boat was a part of what the United States has deemed to be a terrorist organization. And as far as terrorist organizations go, terrorist organizations by international law are provided practically no protections under the Geneva Convention or really any international law whatsoever. You're pretty much at free will to do what you want. If you're going to capture them, of course there is some modicum of minimum treatment that you have to give them. You can't, go waterboard them at Guantanamo. That still is a crime against humanity and a violation of international law. But if you want to, you actually have the deference to just blow them to pieces instead of trying to take them alive, which is what the U.S. did. Because once again, This boat being operated was carrying drugs. From what U.S. intelligence could confirm, it was connected to one of the cartels that has been designated a terrorist organization by the United States of America, which means that according to how international law works, it's a terrorist organization. They're practically equivalent to the modern day pirates, and much like the law was back in the day, pirates can be killed on sight. There has to be no quarter given, or you can give no quarter if you would like to. So that generally is the premise that we're working off of. Sure, we could have done it a lot more low key. We could have tracked the boat to where it would have gone and where it would have dropped off those drugs and so on and so forth. But the option was taken this time, because it is a terrorist organization, to just bomb them to smithereens. And that was the path that was taken. It's kind of like us saying, should we bomb the Houthis? And the answer is yes. It's a terrorist organization. Could we go and try and commandeer the Houthis or force them to surrender? Sure, we could, but it's easier to bomb them. And so that's kind of how it comes out of the wash at the end of the day, is that they're a terrorist organization and they don't really have to be provided any quarter in the first place. And a lot of people haven't really been getting that in the arguments that have been surrounding this recently. People are saying, oh, this is an international violation of the law. We didn't have any due process. And I don't really think people understand there is no due process for a terrorist organization. They are the modern equivalent of a group of pirates. And pirates under old maritime law and even modern maritime law are provided no protections. You can obliterate them on sight if you would like to, if you run up on them. You can do the very same thing to terrorists. If you see a group of people who are armed and they're believed, according to your intelligence, to be affiliated to a terrorist organization, you can hit them. And to really quickly say this, because of course everyone always wants to make it a political vein, but this is nothing new. Just to completely lift the veil off of this and say it in the truth, or bring it into the light, under prior administrations, particularly the administration that existed from 2008 to 2016, that administration drone striked more people in the Middle East than we can even count. It was something, I think, in the tens of thousands, and those people were all deemed to be part of terrorist organizations. Were any of them ever given any due process? Absolutely not. They were deemed to be terrorists by our intelligence agencies. We, of course, made sure that they were terrorists, and then we sent out a drone to go hit them with a Hellfire or some other form of an ordnance, like a 500-pound JDAM. That's just how it's done. Like a lot of people always want to say, "Oh, look at that! It's a terrible thing." But the truth is, folks, terrorists are given no quarter. And as far as it goes, like if you find an issue with that, then I have to say that that's a little bit weird. At least to me personally, that people would have an issue with terrorists being treated like terrorist organizations and being given no quarter, because that's just always been the standard. But at the same time, you also have to remember this is something that we've been doing for decades. As a matter of fact, this has been going on for centuries. And so it's nothing that's really shocking to me. That was just the action that was decided, and out of the options that they had, I mean, maybe you could make an argument that they could have been a little bit more passive about it, but the current administration decided to be far more aggressive and just bomb them. And as far as that goes, they're given that kind of deference. So I don't really have too much of an issue with it. And technically it's legal within international law. So I hope that does address that the best I can. But that would be my answer to it. And I got to say, folks, that it does get a little bit weird. Like, it's really weird to see this, because back when, like, just to be completely frank with y'all, back when anyone drone striked anyone, any terrorist force in the Middle East, you could say it was Bush, Obama, Trump, or Biden, any of them, because they've all done it at some point. Nobody batted an eye, because that's what we knew would happen. If you were a terrorist leader or a terrorist member of a terrorist organization in the Middle East, chances were the CIA was going to figure out who you were and you were going to get drone striked. There was going to be no due process, nothing. Terrorists are given no quarter, and the United States does not negotiate with terrorist organizations. Nobody batted an eye. Now that it's happening in Venezuela with the cartels, which are now deemed terrorist organizations, and we had a narco vessel, a narco boat that was a part of that terrorist organization, now everyone wants to start bringing up the questions of, is that technically legal? And the answer is yes. We've laid out a legal precedent that it was, and it is.
Well, what you're referring to, what used to be known as the Monday morning hit list, the CIA used to come up with. There used to be meetings on Monday mornings where they would get together, some top CIA officials. They would decide who they were going to eliminate for the week in the Middle East. And then they would carry out these drone strikes and also send assets in on the ground to take care of these people. So that happened for a while. But the problem, though, was that was secret. The public didn't know about it until later, until a whistleblower came out, and nobody knew it was happening. So when the details of of it came out, people had some backlash about it. They were like, "What a Monday morning hit list? Like, what the hell?" But you know, it's they do that. Like, obviously, that's why they keep things secret because they have to do these operations in private. Because if the public gets wind of it, there will be backlash. Just like there's being backlash in Venezuela right now.
Yeah, well, also someone said we don't know if they had drugs on the boat. You can literally see the drugs on the boat, like it's in the video. You can actually see the bricks of drugs at the back of the boat, right next to the outboard motors. I mean, it was quite a sizable sum of it. It's not really like it was a mystery if they were carrying drugs or not. And also, that's like I gotta say, folks, the folks are really stretching here to make an issue out of this. I mean, it was well within the parameters of international law. It was a terrorist organization smuggling drugs across the coastline, skimming around Venezuela. They got bombed. It's how terrorists are treated. It's how they'll always be treated. So I don't really know why people are making this into issue. Because also at the same time, while we're saying, like, I just want to point out something here because I find this kind of stuff a little bit hypocritical from folks from time to time. While some people are saying that it's wrong for us to slam a boat that's skimming the coastline in Venezuela that may or may not be affiliated with a terrorist organization and may or may not be affiliated with Maduro, those same people want us to go and start torpedoing every single shadow tanker that the Russians are operating around the world, whether there really is a lot of proof to directly connect them to the Russians or not. So I mean, you know, that's something that I got to say, folks. It gets a little bit annoying to deal with because I don't really think a lot of people are critically thinking about that kind of a deal. Because on one hand, we want to be ultra aggressive like that on the Russians, but on the other hand, everyone wants to give a little slap on the wrist to the cartels or to the Venezuelans one way or the other and go, oh well, do we really know? I was like, do we really know if the shadow tankers are shadow tankers? Not necessarily. We assume a lot of them are, and if we wanted to work off of that, we definitely could. Much like we're doing with this right now. But the problem with that is that you could also have people complaining about that on the flip side, much like they would be with Venezuela. And that's kind of the thing, folks, that I gotta say. It's always a little bit hard to see that because people become very political and things really quickly to the point that nobody really goes, well, I mean, technically they're a terrorist organization, so, you know, whether they wanted to apprehend them or just bomb them, I mean, it was really up to the president's deference, like it was to every other president over the past 20 years. That's no big deal. Instead, people want to now make it into this big thing. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, from what I would know. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news for the night. And we do have quite a decent amount. And so moving on into the area of Western Europe, we have been able to hear out of the United Kingdom that the United Kingdom is considering the provision of long-range missiles to the state of Ukraine to help them to continue to slam the Russians in deep penetration strikes into Russian Federation territory. We also were able to hear at the same time some updates from Le Francais, as we were able to hear that Macron stated earlier in the day, I won't be able to play the clip, that Macron stated that the Europeans and Americans had agreed to place new sanctions on Russia if Putin continues to refuse to negotiate a peace deal with Ukraine. Not long after that, a phone call was actually held between the President of the United States and European leaders, and it didn't really turn out too well, apparently. Apparently, it was a very heated phone call with the President raising his voice and screaming from some reports at the European leaders, saying that they need to put more pressure on the Putin, and it's really their fault that the war is not ending and that America's not getting anywhere. And apparently the Europeans are no longer expecting him to impose sanctions on the Russians whatsoever. So that seems to be where we're at right now. We also were able to hear that the U.S. is now cutting training funding to the Baltic states to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And this was primarily used to help the United States to support and train the forces of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And it appears that will now be cut. We also were able to hear that Europe, according to the President of the United States, needs to stop purchasing Russian oil. Although the only countries that really are purchasing any significant amount of Russian oil, at least until the Druzhba pipeline and other pipelines were hit, was Hungary and Slovakia. They were the major purchasers of natural gas and oil from the Russians. Beyond that, nobody else really bought it, so if he's going to put pressure on anyone, he's got to put it on Orban and Fico. Because those are the two guys who generally are the main purchasers in Europe at this point. But anyways,
It kind of seems like passing the buck a little bit because people were waiting on the secondary sanctions on Russian oil. That's what they were waiting on. That would require the U.S. to take action and also take some accountability as well. But it seems like we're throwing the accountability off on the Europeans by saying, look, it's not the U.S.'s problem that we haven't put secondary sanctions on the Russians. It's your fault, Europeans, for not stopping your purchase of Russian oil. It seems like passing the buck, at least in my opinion.
It's passing the buck 100%. It's nothing new at this point, folks. This is generally expected that 180s happen endlessly. So, this is the 180 of today. The next day, you'll be saying that he'll blow up everyone in Russia or something along those lines. It's nothing new. As far as analysis, folks, I'm not even going to provide any. It's a complete waste of air. Moving on from that, however, and on back into France to continue on with what we were able to hear later in the day, we were then able to hear that after this heated phone call, Macron also stated that 26 countries throughout Europe have pledged 25,000 to 30,000 troops, all combined, as a reassurance force for Ukraine after the fighting would end. Among the security guarantees is Ukrainian membership into the European Union. So it does appear that is something that the French have now considered as an offer to the Ukrainians. Outside of that, it's now time for us to make our way into the Rossiyski Federacji. And I gotta be honest with y'all, I really don't know how to drop this one to y'all, so I'm just gonna say it the way it is. The Russians have confirmed the AIDS Brigade does exist. I did not expect this to come out today, but apparently they're taking soldiers with HIV and hepatitis, marking them with special armbands, and then putting them into specialized assault units and brigades to hold defensive lines. I don't really know why in the hell that's a thing. And it's quite odd that there is quite truly a unit like this, or multiples of them, apparently. But this is the thing. The Russians are actually enlisting people with HIV and hepatitis and putting them into the Russian army, into brigades that are specifically made up of people with HIV and hepatitis, and then putting them onto inactive areas of the front. I've just never really heard anything like this before in my life. This is a fairly new sort of a thing.
That is kind of wild, actually. And also, by the way, since you're on a battlefield scenario, because I know people are about to say, well, you can't just get that stuff from like being around somebody with it. And that's generally true. But the problem is, though, you're on a battlefield. So people are going to be bleeding. Obviously, you're going to get wounded and you're going to be bleeding. And that's how it can spread through blood. So that's a huge risk right there, especially if they're around other soldiers. It can spread and start infecting a lot of people.
Well, what's actually interesting is that even according to the Russian Ministry of Health's own publicized reports, the Russian Federation actually has the highest HIV and AIDS rates anywhere in the world.
Really?
Yeah, like per 100,000 people, statistically, they have the highest rates of HIV and AIDS compared to anywhere else in the world, which is a fairly interesting thing because a lot of people know, of course, and I'm not going to say the words on YouTube, but everybody generally knows how HIV is spread. And for a country that claims, at least in its targeted propaganda to the United States, that they're a very traditionally moral society, it seems as though that sort of an HIV and AIDS rates figure would generally show that that would not be the case in real practice. But that is something that is actually statistically accurate. If you do not believe me, folks, you can actually pull it up. And Russia, even according to their own Ministry of Health, has the highest rates of HIV and AIDS globally per 100,000 people, which is a common ratio that you would measure that stuff on. But moving on from that weird news that came out today, we are now going to be moving on down into Ryazan, because the Ukrainians also did conduct a drone attack overnight and also was able to slam into the Ryazan refinery again. This is like the 90th time the Ukrainians have hit the Ryazan refinery. It's a fairly significant one. And just to show you all where it is in Ryazan, just to remind everyone, this is the Ryazan refinery, and then right up, let's see, it's right around here somewhere, is the thermal power plant that is also connected to the same campus, and I believe it's right here. Yeah, this is actually the geothermal power plant that's at Ryazan, and then right next door to it is the refinery right here. And this is the refinery that you're seeing in this picture that was hit and knocked out again. So quite an interesting sort of a thing there. And it really is showing the Ukrainians are going for gold at this point. The Russians are already in a critical fuel shortage, and it doesn't really look like it's getting any better anytime soon, and it also appears that it's only going to be getting worse. But outside of that, a lot of people have been talking about the British consideration of giving Ukraine long-range missiles. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. And also, by the way, real quick before I address the poll question, some people are saying the Russians forming the brigades of the guys with HIV and AIDS is biological warfare. It's really not, because you have to come in contact with the blood in order to get infected with it. And I think even then it has to like enter a cut in the skin or something. It has to be able to get into your bloodstream one way or another to infect people. So the Ukrainians aren't, getting the blood of the enemy all over them. Like I would presume not. So it's not really a risk for the Ukrainians. It's really a risk for the other Russians in the unit. That's what it's a risk for, because they're the ones who are fighting alongside these guys with it. So if the guys that have it get wounded, they start bleeding, and then it comes in contact with another guy that might have an open wound or a cut or something, then they've just gotten exposed to the pathogen. So that's not good for them. So I don't think it's biological warfare, at least me personally. But anyways, jumping into that poll, the poll says NATO countries are now ready to give Ukraine long-range missiles, allegedly, and does Ukraine truly need them? And 78% said yes, Ukraine still needs them very badly, while 11% said that they would help somewhat, but not all the way. And 6% said no, Ukraine has their own now. And I will say this, Ukraine still needs it. Like, for example, if Germany could give the Taurus over to Ukraine, that would be a big help. The Taurus is semi-stealth, which is a very potent capability, and that could be used very, very well by the Ukrainians when it's striking long range into Russia. But the thing is, though, this is coming at a weird time. If this actually turns out to be a true story and the Ukrainians get more long-range missiles, the Ukrainians just released their Flamingo, which is their domestically produced long-range missile. So it seems like, once again, it's coming a little bit too late. This seems to be the NATO way of doing things these days. It's too little, too late. But it will still help, though, I guess you could say. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that Ukraine could use these, but considering that they do have the Flamingo, they really would only be helping to expand Ukraine's strike abilities, but wouldn't be providing them with anything new necessarily, considering that they do have the Flamingo that they could also use at this moment. So I'd have to say that I generally would be under the idea that they would help somewhat. I actually would have to be with the 11%, but I don't really think it would be adding a brand new ability that the Ukrainians desperately need. But of course, anything is better than nothing, and it would be great to see that they were to be provided. Also, really quickly, I just pulled this up just to see, is it high in Russia? Do they have a high HIV rate? And the answer is definitely yes. Russia has a high HIV rate. This is just the AI overview of everything that I found online, compared to many other regions, although official figures and trends are debated by the Russian government because when it first came out, it was a major embarrassment, and various international health organizations. Russia has historically accounted for a large portion of new HIV diagnoses in Europe and continues to have one of the highest HIV prevalence rates in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So it is a pretty big thing in Russia. There are a lot of people that have HIV and hepatitis and so on throughout the Russian Federation. And interestingly enough, one of the ways that they claim that it's spread the most is through drug uses, like the famous Russian drug Crocodile, which is made out of like gasoline and all sorts of other stuff. It melts your skin away. It's like a flesh-eating drug. It's a nasty thing. But beyond that, that's one of the ways that they claim that it's spread heavily. They also claim that it's spread through some forms of activities that are taken on between two adults, if y'all get the picture there. So those sorts of occurrences are incredibly high inside the Russian Federation as a whole, and that's why they have one of the highest HIV rates on the planet currently. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And moving on from that, and on into Oriole, we also get to see something incredibly interesting today. Something that was really interesting. Look at this, Matthew. What do you think this is?
Is that a damn train?
This is a Shahed launching base.
Oh, no.
This is where...
Wait a minute, wait a second. They have built, like, custom... I thought those were train tracks. They've built roads for running, like, trucks down them at high speed to launch the Shaheds? That's what they've done?
Yes, that's actually what they've done.
Insane. Isn't that, like, inefficient, though? Like, obviously, it's low tech. There's very, very little that could go wrong with that, but that's, like, inefficient as hell.
It seems to be inefficient, but they've placed these inside of Russia in key locations to allow them to be able to mount Shaheds onto some trucks, drive them down the street, and then pretty much catapult launch them off of the truck. They apparently can do this in the severals, like in the handfuls at a time. But this is the way that the Russians are actually starting to try and streamline their drone launching abilities, and also operation and command and control of the drones while in flight, is making these kinds of bases. They're actually supported by concrete bunkers that are built at different parts of the road section, and the road section pretty much serves as the runway for launching the drones.
Interesting. And also, by the way, y'all might have seen before that the Russians have gotten their hands on some really nice American trucks, like some of the top trims. I even saw them. They have one of those TRX, like Dodge version of the Raptor, like huge truck with a Hellcat engine in it. I think they're getting those maybe from like stolen ships or something, like these cargo ships that maybe the Yemeni Houthis are hijacking or something. I don't think they're buying them through legit means because the sanctions are obviously in place. That's one thing. And number two, I'm not really sure how they would get their hands on trims like that unless they're stealing them or taking them off of ships somewhere. So I think that's how they're getting them. I think maybe the Houthis are loaning them a few.
Man, the Houthis are into that black market American truck trading stuff. Like it's like,
And you remember the Houthis? You remember the Houthis had like those Hellcats down there in like Yemen. They had like a whole street full of Hellcats, and we were like, "Where'd the hell did that come from?" And then we're like, "Oh, that's right, it came off that cargo ship that they hijacked."
yeah, that Galaxy Leader, I think it was called, the car carrier, the roll-on, roll-over ship. But still, pretty wild stuff to see this sort of a deal here. I didn't know that the Russians were getting that efficient with the drone launching. Moving on from that, however, it seems as though the Russians have committed what can be called a war crime today. It's not really what can be called a war crime. It's actually an obvious war crime. The Russians actually hit a Danish demining team that was operating near the Ukrainian borders with an airstrike and ended up killing and wounding practically everyone that was involved in the demining operation. You can actually see the vehicles here. Once again, all white, generally noted considering that there's no military markings as civilian vehicles. And the Russians actually hit this Danish demining team with an airstrike. You'll see it right here.
Also, by the way, I see people saying that they've also seen these American trucks in Russia. Isn't it kind of ironic that while the Russians are saying that America's evil, America is trying to encroach on Russian territory, and NATO is, and that they're using Ukraine as a proxy, but yet at the same time, they will steal our U.S. produced pickup trucks because they hate us so much they love us. They have to take our top end pickup trucks, and then they bash us at the same time. They want to be us, but they hate us at the same time. Honestly, it sounds like just a typical hater at this point.
I'd have to agree. But getting back to the unfortunate news of the entire Danish demining team that was wounded and killed today in a Russian airstrike, that footage was actually published directly by the Russian Ministry of Defense, confirming that they had been able to denote that it was a humanitarian team that was conducting a non-military operation and had airstriked them. It's, of course, an incredibly unfortunate occurrence, and it does appear that now the Russian Federation is publicly showing the war crimes that they are conducting to the public through the published footage that they had in that airstrike. Moving on from that incredibly unfortunate news in northern Ukraine and on down into our location unknowns, we also were able to see a Cope Cage Humvee from the Ukrainian Armed Forces.
Oh, damn, that's terrible.
Man, it's kind of wild, really. But moving on from that and on into the next clip, well, what, man? What you laughing at?
I was joking. I said when I said that's terrible, it was a joke.
Man, I didn't know what you meant. I was like, okay. I was like, all right. But also, we got to see this kitten playing with the Ukrainian drone that was hanging out. Aw, look at it. Very cute.
He has no idea what type of danger it's in.
Luckily, nothing happened to the kitten at all. It just kind of wandered off in the end. But kind of interesting. That cat was playing with a killing machine sitting on the ground, waiting to take off when a Russian car drove by. But moving on from that clip and on to the next one, we also got to see this Ukrainian MiG-29 equipped in its inner pylons here on the wings with small diameter bombs and also an external fuel tank, drop tank. MiG-29s are one of the few Russian aircraft or Soviet-era aircraft that actually were designed to be able to carry an additional drop tank. Most others were not designed to be able to do that. So it is incredibly cool to see this MiG-29 with an external fuel tank and the small diameter bombs. Pretty neat stuff overall. But moving on from that and into the Russian casualty report, we also were able to see something quite profound here in the casualty report. Miss DC Keeper of the Record stated that 261 drones is the 16th highest daily loss, and that there was a decent amount of losses of MLRS and anti-aircraft systems, and of course 0 tanks. And over the course of the past 24 hours, we were able to confirm that 840 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 4 APCs, 92 supply trucks, 43 artillery pieces, 261 drones, 2 MLRSs, 22 cruise missiles, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. All in all, not a bad day whatsoever, and it does appear to be showing us that the state of Ukraine is continuing to inflict high losses onto the Russian Federation's armed forces. And speaking of some of those losses, the Ukrainians actually hit a pretty big one today inside of Luhansk, While the Russians are running out of fuel within the occupied territories, the Ukrainians are now hitting the remaining oil depots that are inside the area, with this oil depot in Luhansk getting hit by a drone attack overnight and burning profusely all the way up until the time that we were running the stream. You can see some of the fire right here. We also were able to hear on top of that, further on inside of the Rostov Oblast, that the Ukrainians were able to successfully hit a pretty rare Nebo-U radar. I guess, Matthew, some of the folks around here, near to this village where this Nebo was at, if they had a baby born near the radar, I guess they could call it a Nebo baby. But beyond that, they did hit this radar. It was confirmed to be on fire on the firm's satellite, and it was gone. So, very great news to hear, and it appears that Russia's air defense... Huh?
How expensive are we talking here?
Tens of millions of dollars.
Oh, wow. That's a big loss then. Millions. That's a lot for Russia.
Man, millions must fry. And they did. Like, when the bomb hit this thing, the whole radar started to fry. Really nice to see. But moving on from that news and on into Alchevsk, we also get to see this little Ukrainian missile say hello. Take a look. Kaboom. And then it just blows up the truck. Very nice to see. And it was apparently a Ram X. Not your Dodge Ram. It's a totally different kind of a thing, but wonderful, wonderful thing to see. Also, in Orlivka, we also got to see a Ukrainian drone hitting a chimney that actually had some communication systems at the near top of the chimney, which we can see in this clip right here. And the drone's just sizing it up, and now it goes in for the krill. And a boom. And it freaked out the cameraman.
Oh my gosh, dang, they got smashed.
Aw, man.
Oh man, they got smashed.
Aw, man. I'll be honest with you, man. Aw, man. Aw, F. But it's moving on from that and on into the rest of the front lines. We did not really get a lot of combat footage or news from the area around the Kupiansk front, but we did get a little bit out of the Sebronsky forest. We were able to see the Ukrainian 13th Brigade targeting and hitting Russian positions within the woods. And we can actually see that this unit is called the Robocop unit. We have some Robocop fans in Ukraine. Oh, and they got that Russian.
Oh. They really put a shockwave on him that time. Shook the tree, shook the ground. Really got him. Oh, look, a projectile. Did you see that thing go flying up? What was that?
Man, I don't really... No, it's getting flight miles, though, whatever it was. Let's look at that again. I have no clue what that was at all.
Could have been a helmet or something. It was something round.
It was something round. Maybe it was a basketball. The Russians do like basketball, after all.
It could be.
They like basketball so much, they kept Brittany Griner in their country for several years, just because of their affinity for basketball. It's a truly amazing sort of a thing. And we see them flying on in. Oh, and look at this drone, just casually flying in, and there goes the bunker. We see another one there as well. We see some communication towers also getting hit as well. And moving on from that and on into our next clip, near to the area of Torske, we also were able to see them hitting some more Russian forces. This is just a little bit outside of the Sebronsky forest, but kind of in the general battlefield area. And oh, look! It's the Russian army, and they're gone! And look, it's the Russian comms tower, and it's gone too! And look! Look! It's a Russian artillery piece, hidden inside of a woodshed. And the Ukrainians gave them the old woodshed treatment. Oh god, and they're hitting a comms tower again. Oh, the huge manatee.
They weren't going to need that anyway. The Russians didn't communicate to begin with, so it wasn't that big of a loss.
Man, the Russians did not get their corporate classes in communication and synergy. They just never did. But moving on from that and out of the area of Lyman, it's time for us to move on further down and into the area of Seversk, where we were able to see more Russians getting smoked by the 45th Artillery. Oh, there they are. They're wandering around the trees. This is most likely close to Bielorivka. Oh, and they're gone. Call them Bila Ork Rivka because they got orked.
Tell you what, man, you're tempting me to bring out that sad horn again on that one. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what it is, but mentally I'm here, but mentally I'm also gone tonight. I don't know what it is.
You're not turning into one of those Axis power leaders, are you?
What does that mean?
You know, they're also here, but they're also gone at the same time.
I think it's more so Schrodinger's brain. Do I have one tonight, or do I don't, or do I not? See, it's gone. Like, it's clearly gone. That's sort of a slip up. It only happens when it's gone. But moving on from that and on into our next clip further down the line and into the area of the Pokrovsk front, we were also able to see some additional clips here. First off, we were able to see a VOG bomber. I've never seen this sort of a thing before, but this drone literally started dropping like dozens of VOGs on top of this position. I've never seen that in my life. It's a new bomb carrier that the Ukrainians made. Pretty cool. But moving on from that and on into our next clip near to the area of Poltavka, we also get to see them hitting a motorbike. Redist. Well, you see them here getting
a motor car. A motorbike. And look at him. It's not good to kick up dust like that when you're trying to be incognito, by the way. Look at him go.
Man, he's zooming.
I tell you. Will the rock take him out on the road first, or is the drone going to get him? It's a toss-up. I'm 50-50 on this one, folks. I'm kind of eh.
Oh!
Was that a SpongeBob fanny pack?
Was it? No, I don't think so. I think that's just like a shopping bag or something like that. But he's gone. He is gone. But moving on from that and on into our next clip, from the 225th Assault Regiment, well, the 425th Separate Assault Regiment, we were able to see that they took some Russian prisoners. Take a look. We're going to be muting that, but you see this guy chit-chatting here. He's a Russian prisoner. He's a prisoner of the Russians. I mean, he's a prisoner of the Ukrainians, but he's a Russian. You see this guy actually making a run for the hills there. He's the guy who surrendered. It's the guy right here on the clip. We now see the Ukrainians talking about taking these prisoners.
You see, what we did is we went in the battlefield and we found them because we are the best in the world, and we took in these pitiful Russians. Honestly, this guy right here looks like a guy I used to sit down at the gas station hanging out all the time, actually.
Man, this guy right here, he looks familiar.
That guy's balding bad.
Man, is he
No
bald?
offense.
Is he bald and financially short on cash?
No, he's bald and rich. Man, this guy's young. This guy's young. Like, how's he balding like that?
So basically, Matthew, he's just an island boy, but he's moving on.
What are you trying to say?
Whoa!
Whoa, Jack, whoa. This guy must have fallen and gotten into a bad accident. He's got a black eye.
Man, he went to slip and fall school. But
he's also balding too. I don't think it's by choice.
Man, a lot of them are going bald, weirdly enough. But moving on from that, we also get to see the Ukrainians taking out some more Russian forces in the 68th Jaeger Brigade. You see them taking out some comms positions. The Russians have a lot of these, but oddly enough, never use them. Oh, and
let's see. Cut said in the live chat, he said, that dude looked a little broken. I mean, he did look a little broken. I'm not sure how he got that way. So he said, Hangtown is speculating that maybe he got his ass whooped a little bit. I don't think that happened. I don't think the Ukrainians did that to the fellow. I think he might have tripped and hit a rock and maybe fell over a few times or something. I think the rock may have I know what happened. His face came in contact with the rock 5 or 6 times over. That's what happened.
I mean, it's not out of the question. I mean, back in my day, back in the Corps, they go around and they'd have these things called angry rocks, and they'd hop up and attack you. I mean, it was crazy stuff,
Really, you got it all wrong. It's something we used to call rocking the sock, and when they rocked you, they really put that sock on you. It was stronger than butter, but when you put that mineral, it's hard mineral with rocks and socks. I mean, it's hardcore.
To be called hard, some guys have got to hold you down in basic, and they got to hold you down with the blankets. They got to whip out. Well, give me a minute and you'll see. But they got to whip out these socks, filled with butter, and they got to hit you with them. And like cold butter, it's like a rock. It hits you really hard. You don't even need a rock. You just get the butter from the chow hall and beat the shit out of them. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see this rocket and fuel storage. Unfortunately, in Pavlorad was hit by a Russian attack. We don't really know what kind of impact this is going to have on Ukrainian forces, but this did store at one point a significant amount of missiles and rocket fuel, but it was hit in 2023 in May, and we don't really know if it's been used heavily since then. But moving on from that and on into the Zaporizhia area, we also got to see this S-300V, a fairly rare surface-to-air missile system, getting obliterated. And there it is, the S-300V. Oh, why is the video buffering? Don't buffer. Oh, there it is. The drone's just...
Also, 1984 bald man said, I don't recognize who he's trying to impersonate. Please help me. We don't say the names of people we impersonate anymore because we don't try to start beef. So if you don't know who we're talking about, we're going to keep it that way. It's just a funny impersonation, by the way. Like GTA 5 says, none of these vehicles represent real cars. They just happen to look like the real deal. So that's how we're doing it.
The core, it's exposed. The lid's been blown off. Watch this S-300 blow up, man. It's crazy. Look at this. And then, in a second, the fuel will ignite. And there it goes.
Just like a Chinese Bing Shilling firework. I'm not even sure if they have the technology to create a firework like this. You have to have the real deal.
Man, someone whip out that copyright-free Urhu. That S-300 is gone. You don't know what an Urhu is?
Is it an instrument?
Mayonnaise is an instrument. It's like, yeah, it's an instrument. Like, let me see here really quickly. Any copyright-free Urhu out here that we could whip up really quickly? Copyright-free Urhu. Let's see. No copyright. This is no copyright. I'll only play like a second of it. But...
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that's what it is. So now you know. Now you know what that is. But moving on from that and down into the area of the coast of Crimea, we got to see that a diver found something a little bit unique on his dive.
Oh, oh dear!
It's a whole storm
shadow.
Yeah, like. Well.
Is it live?
Is it live?
Yeah.
I think it's dead at this point. It's in a lot of pieces. Also, I don't think storm shadows can breathe well underwater. I think this thing might have drowned.
I'm not really sure what makes you think it's dead, because I think it still looks like it would probably still be a live weapon to me.
Well, usually it would be dead, I would assume, because they usually don't activate their fuses until they're very close to the target or prime themselves. Like, they have a self-priming feature. So if it ended up crashing somewhere, it most likely wasn't armed, and so it's probably an inert weapon, largely at this point.
Or maybe hitting the water didn't trigger it. That could be part of it. Also, Miss Decent does have a good question. Who's filming this, by the way? Who put this video out?
Some diver. We don't really know who the diver was.
That's kind of weird. Like, just some random diver happened to go right down here where a storm shadow was in the water. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, it's a little wild. I don't know why in the world they would go to this exact spot and know that a storm shadow was there, but interesting nevertheless. But if it came from the Russian Ministry of Defense, they would have definitely put it out. So this was just some random diver, apparently, that was in Crimea that found this thing. You wouldn't really think a lot of people would go to Crimea to go diving at this time of the year, considering it's a war zone, but apparently someone did. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And also one more thing, folks, by the way, to tell y'all. Apparently there was some phone call that happened today between the President of Ukraine and the President of the United States, but we don't really know what was said. That phone call has already transpired at this point. It's just that we weren't able to hear any updates from it so far. But with that, that is all of the news that we had for today. And it's time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks. Is it a fun time? It is a fun time. What, are you kidding? What, you don't think this is a fun time? The question segment is the funnest time. It's a cultural icon of the show. We have to have a question segment. We have to have a question segment. We can't have one or go without one. But still, we're going to be making sure to get
didn't make a speech today.
Zelensky did, but it was with Macron, and they had a translator dub it over, and then they had someone sign language on it. So it was pretty much incomprehensible if we were to show it in its normal format. And at that point, I was like, that's not worth showing, because I know a lot of people don't like those, and me personally, I don't like them either. So, and also, by the way, like to add into that, when they dub it over, they let Zelensky's audio still run. So you hear him talking in English, and then there's a dub over of it in Ukrainian by another person, and then there's a sign language interpreter on screen, and then I put subtitles up over all that. It's just incredibly confusing to follow. I tried to follow it. I was like, this is just not good. I was like, we're just going to avoid it. And also, it's more of a press conference thing than an actual speech of any type. So there was no speech effectively from Zelensky today. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream, which is where we get to talk to all of y'all. And of course, we can talk about anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether or not the A10 is relevant in the modern battlefield. But with that, I hope that we will have a fun time in this segment. And Matthew, please take it away. I understand that we have one last question that we've asked everyone that they've all weighed in their wondrous opinions on, and I want to hear their opinions.
All right, so I'm going to take it away, kind of like I did that Chinese food in the airport today. At this point, that Panda Express, that stuff. I tell you what, it's good for a minute, and then you regret it later. I tell you what, it happens every single time. But anyways, jumping into our last poll question of the night. This one says, U.S. officials say that Europe is funding Russia's war on Ukraine by buying Russian oil, and do you agree with that? 55% said yes, Europe is funding it through the oil purchases, while 27% said no, the USA is simply trying to pass the buck, and 13% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And me personally, I'm actually with the 13%. I'm actually 50-50 on it. The EU technically is funding the war by buying the oil, which is really stupid. They should have stopped doing that a long time ago. And it's just a handful of offenders at this point. Most countries have stopped, but there are a few that are still buying it, which is obviously not good. So they need to stop that. But also, it is the USA trying to pass the buck, because we were promised secondary sanctions on Russia. We never got that. Also, Ukraine was promised that as well, and they never got it either. So no secondary sanctions. So it's a little bit of both. It's the EU screwing up, and it's also the USA screwing up a bit as well. A little bit of incompetence on every front at this point from everybody. So hopefully to get that ironed out a little bit. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say that I would have to be within the 55% that say that the European Union kind of is funding it a little bit, but it's not a huge deal. It's not as big as it was pre-war. It's dwindled a lot, but still it should be cut off completely. And really all the blame for that goes directly to Hungary and Slovakia, which are the main purchasers in Europe at this point of Russian oil and natural gas. So I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And also I had someone say something. I got to address it because this kind of stuff, it's always interesting. Someone said, ice cream is forbidden? What the hell? Are you anti-Islam? So technically it's not, but most ice creams use some kind of a pork gelatin or alcohol in the process of producing it, which you can see literally right here on isithalalornot.com, telling his followers of the Islamic faith whether something is halal or not. And it says, unfortunately, there are limited options for those who follow a halal diet. Which means that ice cream in general, unless if it's a very specific type, is haram. It's forbidden. So yes, that is actually the case. I'm sorry that you're ignorant, but I'm not going to work off your ignorance. I just got to be honest. Like when someone sits there and wants to say that we're like anti-Islamic or something like that, it's like that's really stupid because the facts are the facts. Most ice cream is not halal. It's haram. So to sit there and try and insinuate that we're anti-Islam because it's a literal fact, it's a little bit stupid. But anyways. with that, I hope that does address that well, and I hope that you enjoyed me calling it for what it is.
I hope I addressed that well. Dang,
Yeah,
man. Man, you added that in on that. That's some savage on that.
bro, like I had to drop that cold line right there. I hope I addressed that well. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into the questions at large. But I had to make sure to address that one though, because people who come in here trying to say that we're trying to push something like a political thing or an anti-religious thing on some group or another, I don't really stand for that kind of stuff because we only work on facts. So sitting there because you're too ignorant to understand the facts, and then you want to blame us for your own ignorance and stupidity because you didn't know that fact. I mean, I can't really do much about that rather than tell you to cry a little extra. So with that, we're on to the questions. What do we got, Matthew?
Also, before we jump into our first super chat here, I do want to say that we busted the mystery, by the way, or I think I busted a mystery on what happened with that B-2 bomber flying near Norway yesterday. Enforcer, go pull up that tweet, by the way, that I put out there. It's like the third or fourth one down. It's about the B-2, and I think I solved the mystery. Pull that one up real quick so I can show the audience.
The third one down. Let's see. The third one down is a Department of Defense statement, and
Well, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Like, not the third. Find the one I'm talking about. And just punch that on the screen.
Well, I got to know a little bit more about it because is it a
The
post from
B-2
you?
bomber one. It's the B-2 bomber one with the stuff on it.
Could you put in the likes? Okay, so is it this one right here?
Yes, that is it.
Okay, well, here it is.
So we solved a mystery, or I think I've solved the mystery on this. We saw a B-2 bomber flying over toward Europe yesterday. It was flying over, I believe, near Norway, I believe it was. And nobody's really sure why it flew over there. Everybody was like, what's it doing? Like, it's just flying over there just for a little loop-de-loo, I guess you could say. But the president put out these two posts right here on True Social. You see on the first one, it's a picture of the B-2 and the fighter jets right there. And there it is right there. You can see that's the picture he put out there. And also he put out this other picture of Putin looking up at the thing. And I think that tends to match up with what we were seeing there on this other post. Flick over. Yeah, that one right there. See Putin looking up and all that stuff right there. So that I think we busted the mystery.
I think we may have, but still an interesting observation nonetheless. And it does appear that this is the main display of force that the U.S. is trying to use at this point. Although I'll be honest with y'all, I find the carrier to be a lot more intimidating than a B-2, because a B-2 is pretty capable, but a carrier is far more capable than a B-2 ever could be. But, that's just my personal opinion on it. Anyways, with that, I hope we addressed that well, and with that, it's time for us to move on into the question segment at large. So, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so jumping into our super chats, this one goes to Boulder Boy, who puts in a $22 donation, and thank you very much, Boulder Boy, for that support as well. And he said, have a few bucks, and it's been a while since I have sent you anything.
And I gotta thank you for the massive support, Boulder Boy, and helping the channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling. And so I gotta thank you massively for being here with us tonight and helping to support the channel a little bit. Because each and every single bit of support helps us to keep this thing running day in and day out around the clock. So a huge, massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Too Fluent, who puts in a 20. And Too Fluent said, maybe the stash could have been used as a red flag attack against Russia, but by Russians.
Maybe, possibly, but the thing that throws me off is why in the world was there a 75mm gun or a cannon in there? They didn't say what type it was, because that wouldn't be something that usually would be used by the Russians. And considering that it's a 75mm, it's highly likely that that thing would have to be towed. So how would they tow it and nobody notice it? Considering that it have to be wheeled behind whatever vehicle was carrying it, and that's kind of what makes me a little bit thrown off on this. It's like, I don't think the Russians would use something like that. If anything, they would probably try and just give them some sort of a shoulder-fired anti-tank weapon, because that does about the same thing, and it's way easier to move around and a lot more concealable. You can throw it in the back of a vehicle and pretty much get it anywhere. So that's kind of my question on that. But it's possible that could have been some sort of a plan or an action by them, but it just seems like so much. Even still, 100 guns, hundreds of thousands of rounds. If they were wanting to do a false flag, it wouldn't even take that much to do it. It would just take a couple of guns, maybe just 1,000 rounds or a couple of thousand rounds amongst a lot of the people who get the guns, and they could go and conduct a false flag that way. The whole thing seems mysterious to me, and that's why it's really hard for me to even give an idea of what I think it would be, because that many guns, that much ammo, and an anti-tank gun or some kind of a cannon being involved in the arsenal, all is a little bit suspicious. I just have no clue what it would even be at that point. But still, a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, Vanish said the Finns with the stash were apparently some old guys, former military. I don't know who these individuals were. We're not told who the individuals were because right now I think the police are just investigating it. But it's possible it was nothing. It could have been something much more innocent than we're thinking. Right now we just simply don't know. It's all speculation and all allegations. So maybe it was some old guys. I will say this though: if they were collectors, that's some wild collections they got going right there in Finland. Because I've never really even seen collections quite like that. Really in America too much, to be honest with you. Those are some pretty wild collections. They got cannons and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's kind of wild if they're collecting. But anyways, jumping into our next one. This one goes to Jose Diaz, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jose, for that support as well. And he said, success, because you only allow Puerto Rican politics, LOL. And #1 channel, without a doubt.
Hey, I gotta thank you for the support, Jose Diaz. I gotta thank you incredibly for enjoying the channel. We keep this thing politics free, even Puerto Rican politics. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you have been around for an incredibly long time, years, and have been helping to support this channel and help us to make this thing possible. And I gotta say that we are massively appreciative of you still being here and enjoying the show. And I gotta say that it is quite something to think that we've kept it politically neutral. There was actually a little bit of a push back in the day to try and make this thing political, but I've never really been a big fan of that. If everyone else is doing that, there would be no reason for us to do it. And also, a lot of people do it, and it gets really tacky because you can't talk about stuff like Ukraine at that point without trying to make it interwoven in this grand political scheme domestically. It doesn't really make any sense. And on top of that, one political party might have a good idea one time and a bad time the next, and it doesn't really matter the party that's saying it or doing it. It just matters whether it was a good idea or not on the surface of it, and that's what we work with here. And then some people get confused with that because then they sit there and think because we say that we're not political, that means that we cannot support anything of any party, or we just support the things they like, and then we are supposed to shoot down the other party and then pretend like that's the truth. Like when I sit there and say stuff like, it was totally fine for us to bomb the narco boat because it was technically a part of a terrorist organization, then people want to sit there in the chat. It happened. It's been happening for years. But people will sit there and say something like, oh, I see. You're just some hidden, MAGA, or you're a liberal snowflake. It just depends on whatever was brought up and whether we said it was a good idea or not, and whoever's doing that at the time. And if we ever agree with them, we're just immediately the enemy to some of these people. And it's like, that's so crazy. You know, like some people live in this Kool-Aid infested world where everything has to be like it has to be right just because your guy's doing it, or it's wrong because the other guy is doing it and you're not with him. It's just such a weird world to live in. I don't know how people live in that kind of a thing, because it's also really childish and immature when you think about it, because it's not like you're at the playground anymore and you're with your group of friends and there's another group of friends and your group of friends are really cool and the other kids are like little stupid snotheads. Like, this is real life. We're all grown adults here, and I would feel like grown adults would be capable of a lot more reasoning than that. I would have to say though that at this point, at least from the experience of running this channel, I've seen a decent amount of people from both ends that are very immature mentally for their age, and critical thinking skills are not something within their foray at all. But still, a big thanks to you so much for the support, Jose Diaz, and appreciating this channel and helping it to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep this thing rolling. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. And Joe Deadface, I can't believe you have to explain the stuff. Common sense. I know, but it never ends. Like, that's the interesting thing about the internet. It never ends. People are always going to be saying the same thing, so it technically never ends. And I kind of see, when I first started doing this, I never really saw why people would end up losing patience, because I was always like, oh, well, you know, things are straightforward, and with enough explanation that makes common sense, or at least, you know, it connects the dots together, it makes sense, you know, you would sit there and think, you know, people will eventually turn around. That's not the case. Like, some people are just dead set in what they believe, and it will never change. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next one goes to Starkiller X77X, and they put in a 20. And thank you very much, Starkiller, for that support. And I think that might be one of your first ever supports of the channel, and we do appreciate that. And they said, with the AI race, what does that mean for the US and BRICS? And also, what India and Pakistan flooding their dams? How does that affect India and Pakistan with China? And curious your thoughts. Now, I'll address that first question right there, and then Enforcer can address that second one there. But the first question about the AI thing, AI is going to be important for, I guess you could say, cracking encryption and things like that, because whoever develops general artificial intelligence first will be able to pretty much crack any type of encryption in the world. So that's going to be a huge national security risk, because that means anything stored on a private server somewhere that's encrypted can be cracked in, like, I think less than 24 hours is the number right now they're tossing around, with a really powerful AI with a supercomputer behind it. So that's going to be really bad. So AI is important for a military sense, very, very big. But who's going to make it first, the U.S. or BRICS? I would say the U.S. I'm betting on us. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to say that as far as the AI race goes, the AI race helps out with a lot of things beyond encryption alone. AI can actually start to fill in some roles that would be taken up by normal people in America and help shake up the labor base in a sense like in theory for these people to move to higher level jobs and for the AI to kind of take over the lower level jobs. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, that sounds like BS. It sounds like it's just going to take jobs. Technically, at the moment, it is just going to take jobs and pretty much not replace them. But I do have to remind a lot of people that from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, a lot of jobs that used to exist back then don't exist now. Like on a modern cargo ship, you do not see coal stokers. There used to be hundreds of coal stokers on board every single vessel at sea, because they had to have them. They had to have these guys to shovel the coal from the coal bunkers into the boilers to produce steam, to get the screws turning, to get the ship going. Nowadays, that doesn't exist. All of it is done largely mechanized, and an entire engineering crew or an engine crew on a vessel is only a couple of guys. Like a modern cargo ship like the Ever Given, which is famous because it got sandwiched in the Suez Canal, this ship has a complement, if I'm not mistaken, of 25 men. 25 men to run a vessel that in length is 1,300 feet long. This thing is bigger than an aircraft carrier, and it only needs 25 men to operate. Do y'all know how many people it would have taken for a vessel of this size, if it was even possible to construct in the 1900s to operate? It would have taken hundreds. They would have had to have a veritable battalion of men on board this ship to run the thing. Better yet, a better example of that would be a ship like the Cutty Sark, which is famous around the world for being one of the well-preserved clippers of the 18th and 19th centuries. And this thing had a crew, just to quickly show this to you all if I can, here we are, of 28 to 35 men for a vessel that was 212 feet long. So in the modern day, due to how much automation we have and how much pretty much our technological innovations have already taken away jobs, a vessel that is 1,300 feet long can run with the same crew that it took for a 212-foot long ship to run with back in the 1920s, pretty much the turn of the last century, just to give an idea of how much technological innovation has already changed things before our time. And so AI is going to be the next step in that for a larger deal. It's going to be removing a lot of lower-end jobs. And I'll actually have to say, Matthew, I was doing some house searching today, and I had the weirdest thing. I called up a little realty group to try and get a viewing for a townhouse here in the near future, and I was connected on the phone to an AI realtor.
Did it fool you, or did you know?
It said it was an AI realtor up front,
Okay.
but it actually did its job. Like, it actually did the job of a realtor. It's like, we actually have these places. Here's some of the benefits. Would you like to hear about that? Would you like me to text you about it? Then I'd say something, be like, okay, so now that you said that, thanks for sharing. So this is what we can do. I was like, this is just the most bizarre thing. I'm not even talking to a real person. It was an AI that was operating as a realtor, and it actually did the job as the realtor. And then it even followed up. It sent me a text message talking about the townhomes I wanted to hear more about, and do you want to schedule viewings for these and when? I was like, this is the craziest sort of a thing. Like, this thing actually has roles in replacing a lot of service industry jobs. But in the future,
That sucks.
it sucks to a degree, but kind of like how oil engines or combustion engines like the diesel replaced a lot of coal stokers. This is just going to replace a lot of people, and a lot of folks are going to have to find some new jobs somewhere. It's just I don't really know where they're going to find them at this
Eh.
point.
Yeah, but the problem is though AI is eliminating all unskilled labor is the problem. It's not eliminating physical labor. Like until they have robots that can physically manipulate objects, then it's going to be impossible to replace people like plumbers, carpenters, and things like that. It's going to be hard to replace. But they're replacing all the other like unskilled office labor, which is a problem. I see some people saying it sounds efficient. It's not. It's efficient, but the problem is though it's efficient at the cost of our entire economy though, because if you eliminate all these jobs for people that generally don't have like a highly skilled or large skill set, they have nowhere to go at that point. Everybody can't be highly skilled. That's not the way it works. Some people are not cut out for that type of stuff. Some people are not capable of learning how to build AIs. Like that's not true, or it's not capable for everybody. So I would say personally, it's a bad thing. Unless we're planning on restructuring our entire economy to basically work around AI, then we're looking at a huge problem in the face.
But at the same time, there is a silver lining to it all that will become clear because a lot of people said back in the day, oh, well, moving from break bulk to container shipping is going to destroy the longshoremen. Like, there's going to be no longshoremen anymore. And nowadays, there's practically no longshoremen compared to what there used to be. There's hardly any Teamsters, there's hardly any coal miners. And what happened? The economy just evolved. Everyone got a job in the services industries, and hardly any of them have jobs in manufacturing and raw resource extraction any longer like they used to. Everything just moved on and evolved, and I bet that that's probably what's going to happen once AI comes into being. Because with AI around, at least in theory, it should start to propel economic activity. A lot of people are going to be out of the jobs, though, in the meantime, and I don't know what's going to happen with that. But it should propel economic activity like any other innovation, which should allow for an expanse of the tax base, also an expanse of the gross domestic product, which in turn should eventually result in the economy growing and there being more job opportunities because of a growing economy in some way, shape, or form. But that's yet to be seen if that's actually going to happen. That's what they're saying in theory is the best case scenario, but the worst case scenario is that doesn't happen, and then not hundreds of millions, but tens of millions of people are out of jobs and they're unemployed with no prospects of getting a new job. So it could go either way at this moment. But that's also what they said at every single turn of every other innovation ever, for the longshoremen, the coal miners, the railroad men, so on
Eh.
and so forth.
It's just not the same. It's not even close to being the same thing. All those things you're talking about, they're like incremental, like improvements. They're not changing the entire landscape of every industry. Like AI is going to change the landscape of literally every single industry. So when it wipes out all the lower level jobs in every other industry that's in the United States, there's nowhere for those people to go, because if they try to transition to a different industry, they still don't have skills. Like the people that are unskilled, they still are going to have nowhere to go. They can't like jump from, let's say let's say it's a secretary at in healthcare or something, and they're like a secretary at the ER, and let's say they automate that. Okay, well now where do they go? Do they jump over to, let's say, be a secretary at like an iron works or something? No, they can't, because they've been replaced there too. There's nowhere for those people to go. So at that point, I guess technically they could go to like trade school or something at that point, like to become like an electrician or a plumber. But the problem is that takes time. And in the meantime, what are they going to do to support themselves, which is going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I think you might be not really getting how big and revolutionary things were back in the day. Like container shipping was huge in its day. It completely changed how shipping works to the point that ports that were being used then are abandoned now. Like for example, the port of New York, there's not a single cargo ship that pulls up to the piers at New York City any longer and unloads cargo. That's what New York City's economy was built on, was the cargo shipping industry. That's why, like, speaking about a rabbit hole we went into last night, the New York City subways looked so bad in the 70s and the 60s is because the city was out of money. Cargo shipping had completely changed. The new port had to be built entirely from the ground up and with far less workers, specifically longshoremen, than was needed in the past. It literally uprooted tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in the long run from their jobs as longshoremen in the city of New York. It was a huge change. And then in the railroad industry, the transition from steam to diesel was massive, like quite truly tremendous. 75% of the people who were working on the railroads in the 1940s were not working on the railroads by the 1960s. that's how rapidly that job market shrank because of the introduction of diesel engines onto the railroads, because they required less maintenance, less crews, less engines. They were far more reliable, meaning that there was less maintenance needed and less engine shops that were necessary. And that was pretty much what happened in the railroading industry back then. And that was a huge thing. And hell, even back then, back in the 60s and the 70s, people were talking about automation and technological improvements are taking our jobs. There's going to be no jobs left, and there's going to be nothing to replace this. And in the end, that actually ended up being wrong. We just transitioned to a post-industrial economy, which is a services-based economy, which is what China's actually trying to do right now. And then from there, it's like, where do we go from there? I guess we go from a post-services industry and economy to something else beyond that. But what it is, we don't really know yet.
Oh, I can tell you, here's my prediction for what it's going to be, and it's not. It's kind of grim, or at least in my opinion. Some people might find it attractive, but I personally don't. It's going to destroy the capitalist system that we've been used to in this country for hundreds of years. It's going to destroy it. What we know now is going to change completely. Not to play into conspiracy theories, but all these people that people have been yapping about for ages, talking about you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That actually will be the reality of it, because we're heading towards that. Because the government's going to have to step in, like we've talked about before here on the channel. They're going to have to step in and provide income to people that are displaced from their jobs because of AI. And also, if you start having a huge labor shortage out there, well, not a labor shortage, but a job shortage where people can't find work, you can't let the majority of the country just not have work. I mean, the people have to eat. So the government's going to have to step in and help with them. And you're basically turning the country into an oligarchy of sorts. There will be people at the very top with a hell of a lot of wealth, and there will be everybody else that's living in squalor on the government's dime, basically.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, technically, you could kind of look at that as what we're doing today. I mean, like, aren't a lot of people in this country on welfare living in Section 8? It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, but the catch is though most of those people are working, like they're supposed to be working. If you make a certain amount of money, you don't qualify for Section 8 housing. So that's part of that. Now, is it enforced? Not always, because there's people that abuse the welfare system. I've seen it many times over. Like a hell of a lot of people abuse the welfare system a lot. But there's also people that generally need the assistance, like actually need it. And those people, in my personal opinion, they deserve the assistance, because that's what we have social safety nets for, is that, and that's a good thing. But I'm not a fan of the government bankrolling people's entire life. I'm not a fan of that. That sounds like straight up pure socialism heading toward possibly communism. So I'm not in favor of that. So, like I said, some people might find that attractive. I personally don't. It sounds to me like a meaningless existence operating like that. Because if you don't have an ability to work your way up the ladder like we've been used to in this country for hundreds of years, like the American dream as people have been sold on for hundreds of years, then what are we doing? Like, we're just like a hamster running on a wheel at that point. We're not getting anywhere. We're being sustained by the government through universal basic income checks at that point. And we're not, where's ambition gone? Like, what are you doing? Like, to get ahead in life at that point? You're just a hamster.
I don't know. It's an interesting question, but the one thing though that is also the case is that you can't stop the wheel of progress. Like, you can't run people over, but at the same time you can't just stop it and be like, this isn't going to happen, because it will happen elsewhere, and then you're left behind. Like, other countries are a great example of that. Like, any country at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution that didn't industrialize or never really wanted to, like China, found themselves at a huge disadvantage just decades later when the British were at their doorstep beating the hell out of them in the Opium Wars, because the Chinese hadn't industrialized and didn't have any real modern warfighting abilities at that point, or any real modern economy. That's also the case. So, like, I get what people are saying, but at the same time, this is something that's going to happen. Like, it's just the next thing. I see a lot of people saying, well, it's not at all like the Industrial Revolution, but people don't look at that in context either. Nothing had happened like the Industrial Revolution until the Industrial Revolution. It was the first thing of its type ever. Up until then, literally everyone worked with the mindset. This country, actually, was founded on the mindset that land was power. The more land you had, the more people you had working that land, the more crops you grew, the more powerful you were. Land was power. The Industrial Revolution changed everything with how the world worked. Before that, 90-something percent, usually it was around 95% of the population in every single country worked in farming. Every single person in the country, for the large part, except for a small handful, were farmers. Look at the the beginning of 1800, when that was the case, and look at 1899, 99 years later, or the year 1900, and by then, less than 8% of the United States population was involved in farming. everyone else had moved on to some other industry or some other job because the industrialization even of agriculture practically removed the need for pretty much the whole country to be focused on producing its own food. A small part of the population, just 8% at that point, could provide quite truly the food needed for 100% of the population. Fast forward to today, you'll find that 0.3% of the population is involved in farming. Only 1 million people in this country farm our nation's fields. That 0.3% feeds the whopping 100% of the nation with the food sources that they provide because of industrialization and how much technology has evolved. And people back then could have said, well, with this industrial revolution coming forward and the mechanization of farming, it's going to get rid of everyone's jobs in farming. They're not going to be able to get a job because these factories are just going to be able to churn out enough machinery to keep the farms rolling and then just keep everyone else unemployed. But that wasn't the case. Because they were running people out of farming and there was more cheap labor available, a lot of people went, man, I could set up a factory and make a killing. And the economy exploded as a result of that. That's why America was such a power by the 1920s and 40s, and that's why we're still a huge power today, is because we've always accepted innovation and tried to find some way to blend it where it wasn't steamrolling people, but at the same time helped to continue to grow our economic and really national prowess for the larger part on the world stage. And AI is
I just
really
don't think it. I just don't think it's going to be like that with this one. This one is such a revolutionary change because it affects every industry. It's not going to be something like we've experienced in the past. This is going to be something so groundbreaking that I'm not even sure if we can fathom truly what the change is going to look like right now. We're speculating about it, but it's going to be major. Like I don't think we can understate that enough. But JamFan said we could go to a system where people work for a few years and then retire essentially, and they have the option to continue to work, but do not have to and work 5 years and then just retire. That sounds good, JamFan, but here's the thing. This is human psychology. When people have too much free time on their hands, they start getting a little bit restless. And when people get restless, people become very dangerous to the government in power because when people start having time to nitpick their environment, that's when revolutions start. That's the truth of it. Governments know to keep people busy. They keep people busy and bogged down paying taxes. They keep them busy at work. They keep them busy thinking about everything. They keep them busy with bread and circuses. You don't let the people have enough time to think about their circumstances because sometimes they think too hard about it and they realize, hey, wait a minute, I'm getting screwed. And then they want to do something about it. That's dangerous. So what would the government do in that situation? Well, they have AI at their fingertips. It is literally the most perfect surveillance tool you could ever have. Automate every CCTV camera in the country. All of it's automated. You don't even have to have people monitoring those anymore. You can simply have the AI tracking each and every individual person with a mass surveillance net. And it's already here. That's what people don't understand. The framework's already here for that. Private companies are carrying it out. It's not the government doing it. They're getting around the Constitution by having private companies install these camera networks and things around the country. And most people don't even know about it. But one day we'll see it, and they'll probably be putting it to work, I'd imagine one day. So we'll have to find out when it happens.
I'm still going to be in my camp, but this will create massive change. But like any other technological innovation, it'll create a change which will be negative and positive in a sense, and things will just simply change. But this being the end of the world, yeah, I don't know. And also, a lot of people are saying, well, the Industrial Revolution made jobs. Not necessarily, because the Industrial Revolution didn't end 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution started at the first crank revolution of a steam engine's cylinder back in, I believe it was, 1799 or 1798, and ended only recently, about the 1960s and 70s. And by that point, in the 1960s and 70s, that was when automation started to become a thing in some factories, and people started to lose jobs all over the place. You'll see in any media back then that people were always talking about, are robots going to take my job? Because everything was starting to become industrialized to the point that it was becoming automation. And automation was their version of AI at the time, and everyone went, oh my god, the economy's going to end, everyone's going to be fired, no one's going to have any jobs, these robots are taking them all from everyone. And now the truth of the matter is that yes, it did take their jobs. Like most factories nowadays that produce cars run with what would be considered a skeletal crew for just the decades prior. But at the same time, all of those people who weren't going to get jobs in the industrial sectors at this point moved on to get jobs in the services industries. And that's why we're a service-based economy now. And now this revolution's coming. So I don't know what's going to come after this, what kind of economy we're going to be. It's not going to be industrial. It's not going to be service-based. It's going to be something else new and entirely different. But that's not. I don't think a lot of people are getting this. The industrial age was new and entirely different compared to the agrarian ages of yore, and the services industry or the services economy was completely different and brand new to the industrial era. It had never happened before, and America was the first to break that kind of ground and get into a services-based economy compared to any other country in the planet at that time. So this is kind of the same thing, just in a different age and an era.
Well, you do see the dangers that AI poses to like personal freedoms, right? Like you see that part of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, but at the same time, you could say that for industrialization. I mean, urbanization
Oh
meant.
no. No, man, I disagree with that completely. And nothing in industrialization allowed surveillance to take place. And like a new train or something like that, that doesn't let the government spy on you. Like that's not anywhere close to the same thing, in my personal opinion. And people may not. I'm seeing some people in the chat don't know this. A lot of these private companies that you're seeing today, which happen to focus on surveillance. And I'm not going to name any companies' names. I'm not trying to, name drop people and things like that. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But the American government actually has a private investment arm that most people don't know about. It's called InQtel, which is actually a part of the CIA that actually invests in private companies to produce technology that the CIA can then use for their missions. Many people don't know about it, but if you pull it up, though, you'll find information about it. But you have to know where to look. They invest in companies. They invested in one company, which happens to specialize in AI systems that's designed to actually analyze a bunch of different data coming from different sources like surveillance cameras, phone tracking data, and things like that. And it makes predictions based on it. And it's very secret. Nobody knows really what it does. And people out there probably know which company I'm talking about when I say that. But also, people don't know this as well, or I think people may know about this one actually. DARPA, which is actually the part of the U.S. Department of Defense, I would imagine, here's my guess, I don't know this for a fact, but just speculating here for a second, I would imagine that DARPA probably already has a much more advanced version of AI than the public's even aware of, and they're probably rolling it out slowly to the public. That's my guess. Because remember, the internet started as a military project, I believe. Am I correct on that, Enforcer?
Yeah, but really quickly though, so you're saying the industrial era didn't allow for governments to spy on people, but if I'm not mistaken, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were direct results of the Industrial Revolution, specifically the entire idea of communism revolving around the means of production, which is an industrial era concept, and they were quite well known for spying on their people. So I don't really think it stands to say that in no other time in history has any other innovation ever allowed for a country to spy on its people and control them to a greater degree than this one, because Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union are direct in results of an industrial age and are considered to be the most oppressive states that have ever existed.
Well, that's just an ideology, though. Like, if like the ideology that people come up with, that's human manufactured stuff. But the difference is, though, that's not really a tool. AI is a tool that the governments can use to spy on people and also crack down on people. That's part of the reason why they have never done it in the past really effectively. And there's always been people that can mount resistance to people that are trying to become dictators, basically, in the country. Is because they can't monitor each and every person. China has perfected it. Like, China has really gotten really good at that. They have the biggest surveillance network in the world. I can't remember the exact number of cameras they have, but it's literally the largest CCTV network in the world that they have. And they put AI on it, and they monitor exactly where people are, and they have a social credit score. But I'll be honest with y'all. If things keep going the way it's going right now, I see the U.S. doing that in the light form. If they keep going that way, and hopefully they don't, because that's not something the USA stands for at all. But when you have a great power in AI, you have great responsibility. And honestly, right now, I'm not sure if the people understand the responsibility that comes with that. I think they're sort of taking that for granted.
But at the same time, though, I don't really know. I don't know if you know the historical context behind this, but the Industrial Revolution was what led to authoritarian states like the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany existing. No government like those had ever existed before, and the only reason that a government could consolidate its abilities and power like they did to be able to control their people was because of the Industrial Revolution. Those technological
That was the
innovations.
example.
What did you say?
That was an example of it.
Well, an example of it would be modern filing and computational systems, even by the 1930s, which were a result of the Industrial Revolution, helped countries like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union to further coordinate their bureaucratic systems to be able to put people down. If a industrialized system like telephones or anything else that was created during the industrial age weren't around, groups like the Gestapo and the NKVD, or later on the KGB, would have never been able to consolidate their efforts into a nationalized entity that was quite truly nation spanning to be able to control their people like they did. In no other time in history have spy organizations, rather than that period, started to become that nationalized and that unified in its image and abilities than then, and that was a result of the Industrial Revolution.
I mean, I guess you could say that, but me personally, I think I'm just going to have to disagree on that one because the stuff that was like, for example, if you can name a specific tool, like filing, I'm not sure if that's the best example there because they knew how to file stuff before that. And maybe it got a little bit more perfected and stuff, but I don't know. Now, if you're talking about a tool, like for example, if they develop some like surveillance camera or something, that would be something I would say would help them do that. But if I don't really see it. I'll be honest with you.
Well, the telephone isn't an innovation.
Well, I mean, the telephone was an innovation, but I'm not sure if the telephone allowed them to spy on people.
Well, sure it did. You can wiretap a telephone.
Well, I mean, you can, but I mean, it's not designed to necessarily spy on people. Like, it's designed for communication primarily. A surveillance camera is designed specifically to surveil people. Like, that's the sole purpose of it. And also AI as well. AI, if you depending on how you structure the AI, because they're all individually made for specific use cases. If you build one just for surveillance, it's made just for surveillance. Like if you program one that way. So it depends on how you're programming it.
Well, yeah, but you can sit there and just wiretap someone's telephone in Nazi Germany all day, every day, like they would, and figure out what people were saying if they were conspiring against the government, and go get them if you wanted to. If using the telephone, you could coordinate an entire nation at literally instantaneously, as long as someone was at the phone, to be able to do anything and everything anywhere. Like, for example, if you wanted to escape Nazi Germany, they could sit there and put out a phone call from Berlin that some guy left Berlin and he was heading to Hamburg. We want you at the train station along the way, somewhere in Lüneburg or Wittenberg, to stop that train and arrest that man before he can escape the country. That was never possible in any other era before that. And it was the Industrial Revolution that made that kind of a thing possible. It was the Industrial Revolution that made it possible for the radio to exist, for Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union to spread its ideals throughout an entire country, to make people think that their government was so impervious and so all-powerful in its ability to spread a message quite literally across the entirety of the land, that people were so scared they would go and report their neighbors for crimes against the state, or just utterings that they didn't really like their government, for groups like the Gestapo to then use a technology like the telephone to immediately call someone in that local area and go, have that man arrested and sent to a camp tomorrow.
Maybe so, maybe so. Also, by the way, I had to look this up because I didn't know. The first telephone tapping was by U.S. police in New York in 1895. That's when the first telephone was ever tapped. Let's see here. Before that, there was telegraph tapping, believe it or not. They actually tapped telegraph wires. I never knew that. It looks like apparently during the Civil War, the forces tapped the telegraph to decode messages between the sides. I didn't know that actually. So they've been tapping phones for a long time. I would assume back then, probably without a warrant, but today you gotta, well, today you kind of got to have one depending on what court you're in. If you're in FISA court, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that really works. I'm not sure if they really need a warrant or they sort of like hand them out like candy. I've heard. I don't know, but yeah, they've been tapping phones for a while. But me personally, though, I'll still say AI though. It can be specifically made to spy on people, which is a much different than a telephone or something like that. It's still way more potent by magnitudes.
Well, a voice recorder. That's a product of the Industrial Revolution, used heavily by the Nazis and the Soviets.
Yeah, but you still got to press the record button.
Well, yeah, but you have to get an AI to go and tap someone, or a camera set up. Like it's not like the camera literally just teleports into their living room. Someone has to go and put it in there.
Well, I mean, there's cameras in your living room right now, and also there's a camera right in front of you.
Yeah, and there's a telephone right in front of you. I mean, like it's all gonna get brought there by your own hand, and then they can wiretap it or anything along those lines, or they could go bug your house with a voice recorder. Like like all those things require some human interaction to some degree. It's not like AI's magic. It can transport things around the world like a transporter. You still have to physically bring it somewhere like you would anything else from the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, maybe so. But I think here's another thing. I don't, and I see folks are some people are like enjoying this, and some people are like, "Damn, man, I can't take any more of this." But I'll finish my point with this. I'll simply say we have fed as Americans, and willingly. I want to say this, like, make this clear. We haven't been forced to do it. We've willingly done it. We have fed so much information to private companies and so much information to the government that, and also even information that we haven't fed to them, they simply just scrape it. They scrape it, and they have splitters that split it off right into their own servers that store the data. And all you have to do is simply put AI on that, on all that data that's been collected, and it can find exactly what they're looking for, like a search engine. It can be like Google for Intel, basically. You can just sit there and you can type stuff into the search engine, and the AI will sift through all that mass data that they've gathered, and it'll find exactly what they need. So I think that's a huge difference. It's a lot more potent.
Maybe, but like I don't think a lot of people are seeing where I'm coming from with this. My argument is not that AI is just like anything else. It's of course the greatest and most powerful thing of its time, but I don't think a lot of people are getting me. I don't also think you're getting this, Matthew. That I'm saying every other innovation was the greatest and most powerful thing of its time, and it had to just be dealt with. It was something new and a rising issue, but it was dealt with accordingly or somehow to where it ended up balancing itself out. Because if you went off the predictions of anyone else in any other time in history, everyone was truly cooked with every single innovation that came around. The steam engine, nationalized electricity or electricity on a wide scale, coal being replaced with oil, dieselification replacing most jobs that had to do with anything involving a steam engine, containerization, computers. I mean, all that sort of stuff. Everyone was always saying, "Oh, it's the end. We're cooked." And somehow we found a way to keep going forward and getting and continuing to progress, but at the same time balancing progress with not steamrolling people. And while this is a new innovation, it'll be dealt with like any other innovation we've had in the past. And before anyone says, "Well, it's like nothing that's ever come before," everything that came before this was nothing like it ever come before. It was the newest, most powerful, and smartest thing around, and it replaced muscle with steam, and then brains were replaced with computers, and yet we still continue to survive and continue to push forward like we are here today.
I just don't think so on this one. I got to disagree strongly on this one. I think AI is going to be something that they'll wish they could turn back the clock on it, I think. But the problem is Pandora's box is going to get opened anyway. There's nothing we can do to stop it. And also, I will admit, we kind of have to open the box a bit, because if China gets to it first and they get general intelligence, if that's the term they're using, some people say general intelligence, some people say super intelligence. I'm not sure what the proper term for is it. But whatever the like highly advanced form of AI they're trying to develop right now and they're trying to race to get, whoever gets that first is going to have a military power that needs to be combated. So we have to race to get it. It's kind of like the nuke. Nobody really needed a nuke because it was obviously a terrible weapon, but they had to race to get it because if the U.S. didn't get it, then somebody else was going to get it, like the Nazis, and we couldn't allow that under any circumstance. So, it's just it's a tough dilemma. But me personally, though, I still have to disagree. I think AI is going to be something that is going to be way more damaging to people's quality of life than actually helping it.
Maybe, but we'll have to see. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than J. Sebastian JS Ghost 11 Bravo. And he puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that first $20 support. And he also put in a second one. And he said the willing should go all in, the US too, with any and all available weapons, including A-10 Warhogs.
And I thank you so much for the support, Jay Sebastian. And I gotta say, that it would pretty much start a third world war if we did that. But, the question is these days, it's not even the question of do we want a world war, it's more so when it's going to happen. So I guess if you want to have it happen sooner, that'd be fine. But a lot of people are still trying to avoid it and trying to figure out a way to see if this might not happen at all, although I think that the course is set at this point. But still, a big thanks to you once again for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that the best I can. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, folks, just real quick, when I was walking through the airport today, coming back home from Salt Lake City, I walked through DFW, because that was my connection from Salt Lake City back to Birmingham. I walked through there and I looked to the right and I was like, what the hell? I looked over and there was a whole coffee store over there that was completely unmanned. It was manned by robots. The whole thing was automated and it made coffee. It was like robot arms all over the coffee store and stuff like that that was making the coffee and it was putting it under the machine. It was like doing all the stuff a coffee barrister, what do they call them? What's their name?
A barista?
Yeah, barista. It's like all the stuff a barista would do. The robot arm was doing it for him. I was like, what in the hell? I had to like stop and watch it for a second because I was like, damn, it's crazy. I was like, so the place where all the liberal arts degrees people went, which was I think Starbucks, they're not even able to go to Starbucks now because I'm sure they'll probably be adopting the robot arms before long because of that. So it was cool, but at the same time, I was like, dang, that's like I think like 10 or 15 jobs just eliminated right there just because they have robots running the coffee shop now. That's kind of crazy.
Man, that is actually pretty crazy. I wonder what those people are up to now. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Inflamed Jenna, last name Tolls, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Inflamed, for that support. They said, remember that time Russian soldiers just decided to walk into Chernobyl like it wasn't a big deal? But AIDS.
Honestly, yeah, it kind of was the case. You know, crazily enough, though, Chernobyl isn't really that radioactive anymore. As a matter of fact, I believe the radioactive decay is faster than a lot of people were expecting. From what I heard last, is that a lot of people were like, we generally expected that this was going to be radioactive for another 40 years to where people couldn't go through it, but now it's not. Like, crazily enough, you can actually walk through the hallway under Reactor 4 as long as you walk quickly. And I like that's crazy to think that you can actually do that. You were able to do that now from about 2020 on. Is pretty much walk directly under reactor number 4 inside of one of the hallways. It's like that's just really bizarre to think that it's kind of decaying that quickly. As a matter of fact, I'd actually say, folks, that it's about time for another Chernobyl. I'm just kidding, folks. We do not want another Chernobyl. But let me see. Also something else that's interesting, man. I don't know if you know this, but did you know that the new containment vessel right here, there's actually a giant crane inside of this thing, and every single day, the crane is actually reaching down into the reactor, and it's pulling it apart and taking it away?
I didn't know that. Is that close to where the elephant's foot's at? Because isn't the elephant's foot like right at the base of the reactor?
Yes, I don't know what that picture is, but I'm trying to see if I
Oh,
can get a picture of what the inside of this thing looks like. Inside the containment vessel. Let's see here, Chernobyl.
also, if y'all don't know I think everybody knows what the elephant's foot is. It's like the most famous thing at Chernobyl, but it's like a huge like pile of like radioactive slag, basically. So it's extremely dangerous. I think some guys that got near it to photograph it actually died from it after they got close to it. And also, their camera had a bunch of radioactive artifacts on the film too, because it was so radioactive. Really, really dangerous.
You know, crazily enough, you can actually walk up to that thing now and take pictures of it. It's not that deadly.
Would
Like
you walk up to it and take pictures of it?
hell no, but some other people
Yeah,
have. Um,
I wouldn't.
some brave souls have. I personally wouldn't, but some people have recently, and apparently the radioactivity of it dropped off pretty quick. Now, if you touch the thing, you're obviously going to end up dying, or your hand's just going to, start slopping away because that's what radioactivity will do to your cells. But beyond that, however, I'm trying to see if I can show y'all some pictures here. But inside of the new safe containment structure is actually a crane gantry right in the dead center of the structure. So what they did is that when they rolled this thing over the old containment vessel, which you can see right there, slowly yet surely they're taking that one apart, and then they're also eventually reaching the crane down into the actual exposed core and slowly taking it apart and disposing of it.
Huh, I didn't know that. That's kind of interesting. Is it true that the radioactive, the base of the core is still burning through the ground and it's still going to get down to the groundwater or something?
I don't think so. I don't think that's the case anymore. Let me go see if I can show y'all a modern day picture. Also, by the way, here's a better infographic of what this looked like before. There's the containment structure that was made on Reactor 4, the one that was made hastily in 1986. This is the new containment that Ukraine made and put over it just recently. But let me go see here if I can try and show y'all something of the elephant's foot, at least from the modern day.
Also, while you're pulling that up, what I'm explaining with that is there was a theory a while back that the core, or I think it might have been maybe the elephant's foot, or some type of really highly radioactive mass of debris was going to burn its way through the ground underneath the containment structure, and it was going to burn all the way down through the ground, down to the groundwater. It would hit the groundwater. This thing is very hot, by the way. This radioactive material, it hits the groundwater, it creates steam, and then it somehow creates a massive steam explosion and blows this radioactive material everywhere. It creates a radioactive explosion. That was the theory. So I'm not sure if that's still the case anymore, if maybe they've solved that or not, but that was a huge concern years back.
So here's what we actually have on the composition of it, at least recently. By June 1998, the outer layers had started turning to dust and the mass had started to crack as the radioactive components were starting to disintegrate to a point where the structural integrity of the glass was failing. In 2021, the mass was described as having a consistency similar to sand. So it appears that it's just kind of like fizzled out. It's just sitting there, and it's not actually like going deeper. Also, there was this huge thing that they did during that time because they were scared that it was going to start puncturing down into the aquifers and water reservoirs below. And this is where the miners came in, if you watch the HBO miniseries. But they actually dug a mine shaft under there and set up a thermal heat exchanger, which had liquid nitrogen endlessly pumped through it to be able to cool those molten parts of the corium down to stop them from going any further. And it was successful. It actually did stop them, and they were not able to make it into the ground aquifer or really anywhere lower rather than the basement. So it actually was successful in stopping that from happening.
Also, by the way, fun fact, you know, if y'all watch the Chernobyl miniseries, those guys that went down into the basement of Chernobyl, they had to wade through the water to go turn I think they were turning off or on some like water pipes or something like that. They had to do it though, because if they didn't do it, it was going to cause like a really bad disaster if they didn't do it. And those guys were not expected to survive. I think those guys lived a full, healthy life,
Yeah.
like a full life after that, which is insane because they literally walked into the most highly radioactive water they could have stepped foot in, but all of them survived, which is extremely weird. I don't even know why that's the case. They should have died according to science. So I don't know how they lived. That's kind of wild. But yeah, all of them lived, and they were honestly they were heroes because they really were going to sacrifice their life to save everybody else around the whole place. So incredibly brave people, and also they got to survive after, which is crazy.
So interesting enough, the reason why they were down there is because the corium was starting to melt through the bottom of the reactor vessel and down into the basement, and the basement had actually filled with water. So considering that the corium, at least at that point, because this was like just a couple of weeks after the meltdown, it was still sitting there at around a consistent 2,000 degrees Celsius, which is pretty damn hot, as many people would know. And if it hit that water, it was going to flash vaporize the water into steam, pretty much all of it in the basement. And it was believed or theorized that at that point, with the amount of water down there and the rate of vaporization that would be conducted, or pretty much the formation of steam, that the explosion would be so strong and powerful, it would literally obliterate the entirety of the Chernobyl power plant, including the other three still active reactors at that moment, and the rest of the power plant, which would create an even worse situation than they were having at the moment. And then it would be impossible to contain it because, of course, at that point, all of the reactors, including reactor 4 and 1 through 3, would be scattered over a several mile wide area, just emitting radiation endlessly, and there really would be no physical way to contain it at that point. So they sent in the divers, which is what they were called, although they really didn't do any diving. They just kind of like waded through neck deep water to get to these water controls, or water pretty much the water access pipes, and shut off the water. That's also where the miners came in, which dug under the basement and set up the thermal heat exchangers to be able to make sure that the corium didn't actually melt down to that level and end up pretty much causing the flash vaporization and then the massive explosion that was theorized was going to happen. Very dangerous times during that period. A lot of things could have gone wrong and the whole thing could have gone sky high, and then we would have seen that practically most of the European continent probably would have been irradiated to that point, at least in Eastern Europe. But luckily,
Yeah, you know, the liquidators didn't have the same fate. Like the liquidators were the guys that went onto the roof to shovel the radioactive debris off of it. A lot of them got some really bad cancers, and also some of them died not too long after that. Like they didn't last too long because some of them actually were obviously working right next to the exposed reactor core, which is literally the highest spot of radiation. So yeah, they didn't last very long. I think the Soviets tried to limit their exposure by only letting them stay there for a certain amount of time. But there was literally no amount of time those guys could have stayed on that roof without them getting some type of high, like extremely high level of dosage from that. So yeah, they ended up in a bad way.
Well, you know what's interesting is that they were only limited to 90 seconds on the roof each, and after that you could never go back up there again. And then also another interesting is that a lot of liquidators have actually done interviews, and they actually said that they knew where the dangerous areas were because the radiation was so strong that if you got into those highly irradiated areas, you could actually taste metal, which generally, like smelling toast is like the sign of a stroke. Smelling or tasting metal is a sign of an incredibly high amount of radiation within an area. So a little interesting with that. If you taste metal, that means that there's a high amount of radiation, you're getting a huge dosage of radiation, and you need to run from wherever that is if you start tasting metal. So interesting thing.
Or it could be you just have that iron in you and you're tasting metal.
Man, you've got to have that iron in them. but let me see. I'm trying to find a picture of the elephant's foot from recently. And let me see if I can find one. Because there are people who go down there. That's why they say that it has the consistency of sand, all that sort of a deal. They're going down there and continuing to try and test it and sample it. But it doesn't really look like they take a lot of pictures of the thing.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. But I do like this one guy, though. He's the guy who is in all the famous pictures, who literally went up to it and was like, oh, neat, and took a picture of it. The reason why this is a really grainy picture is because the radiation was affecting the film. So a little bit bizarre with that. You can also see another one here. And it was so irradiated, well, at least the radiation coming off of the corium was so high that it actually ended up pretty much molding several moments in time together into the same picture, which is really weird to see. But still,
I have such a fascination with like the radiation. Like, there's just something about radiation that's like it's like the closest that we get to as humans that get to see like something. Paranormal sounds corny, but it's like kind of like paranormal almost. Like it's invisible, you can't see it, but it's extremely deadly. That's what the allure of it is. Like it's a mysterious power that you can't see, but it can literally rip your atoms apart. And it can literally be an infinite source of power too, if you have enough fuel to keep it running. So it's fascinating. It's also highly misunderstood. Like it's sad how much people misunderstand this stuff just because like these idiots that were operating in Chernobyl, built the reactor wrong, they designed it poorly. You can literally have very clean power with this, and we could have very safe power because it's safe when it's operated correctly, and we could eliminate all this high energy cost. But people were so scared of nuclear because of Chernobyl and events like that, it just is, it's not a thing.
let's see. If I type in 2025, there's still no good pictures of this thing. It's just weird because I actually did see someone show some pictures of it from just a couple of years ago, like 2017. That's actually not a couple of years ago. That's like 8 years ago. But they did have some pictures of it, and I can't find any of them on Google anywhere. And also, by the way, folks, they do go down there because that's how they know that it has the consistency of sand and everything is because they're trying to get samples from it to continue to test it to figure out if the thing's still a danger or not. And weirdly enough, they just don't have any modern pictures of this thing much at all. That's probably a more recent one because that looks like it is starting to turn into that sand-like consistency that they were talking about. But not a lot of them. Oh, look. This actually looks to be quite recent, actually.
Those look recent. Have they added like a structure to the back of it? Are they trying to lift it?
No, this is the same spot. Like, this is the same
Okay.
area. Like, if you look at this, you can actually see that little bar right there near this guy who was taking the picture. And if I can find that picture again, where the hell did it go? Where did it go? Oh, it was right here. You can see that little bar again in that void behind it. So that's the little elephant's foot. Which is quite interesting. And I mean, like, this guy's quite close to it, and it isn't giving off that radioactive, grainy sort of a film anymore to the pictures, clearly showing that the radioactivity has dropped significantly of this thing.
Isn't that crazy though? If you just happen, like, let's just say somebody was totally like lost, they didn't know about Chernobyl or nothing, and they just happened to wander through like the Red Forest, wander into here, and think that they found shelter or something, and they slept next to that thing right there, they would be dead in the morning.
Actually, interesting enough, they wouldn't be dead in the morning, but they would wake up and they would feel absolutely exhausted. Because
Man, hours of exposure. I don't know what that thing's putting off, but if you let's say you sleep for an average night of 8 hours or something, that's 8 hours of exposure to that source right there. I think they'd be dead.
well, you know, there was actually a guy in Japan who was working for TEPCO, who got I forgot how many Ronkins it was, but it was I think over 200,000 Ronkins in a second, because they did a mix wrong and there was a whole thing. But anyways, the guy got a huge dose quite literally the amount that it would be to literally sit on the sun for about a minute. And the guy actually lived just fine, and it took him about a couple of weeks to die. But what the radiation actually does to you is that it shoots through your cells and it pretty much destroys your DNA. So you're still alive. Like, even if you sit around this thing for a while, you're still alive, but you are guaranteed to die soon, like within days. So what happens, because our bodies are always naturally regenerating, is that when these cells start to attempt regeneration, the DNA is so messed up it can't do it. So what happens is that your cells start to die off and they're no longer being replaced. So your skin, over the course of a couple of days or weeks, everything that's organic inside of you, including your bones, with the marrow inside of them, just starts to slop off. Like, it just starts to fall off. Which is what happened to that guy. I forgot his name. I wish I could reference his name. But he's the guy who suffered the highest dose of radiation in history, and pretty much is the case study of what happens. You will survive it initially, but over the next few days, weeks, with a lot of medical intervention, you'll still be alive, but is an incredibly slow and painful death.
Yeah, it's awful. I wouldn't want that at all.
Let me go pull that guy up. Let's see. Japanese radiated guy. A radiated man. Let me go pull up his name. His name was Hisashi Ochi. And he was involved in the Tokaimura criticality accident, and he received a critical high dose of about 17 sieverts of radiation. And so it led to his death 83 days later, suffering severe radiation poisoning, including the loss of most of his skin and pretty much the rest of him. I cannot show you all a picture of him. They actually took pictures of him while he's in the hospital. I feel like that was a violation of his privacy, but they did anyways. And you could actually see that he was quite literally, like, his body was falling off of his bones. As a matter of fact, his bones actually were dying as well, and that was a whole issue in itself. And they tried to, like, they actually did a lot of stuff with this guy in terms of medical what was medical experimental treatments at the time, because they were trying desperately to figure out a way to try and save this guy, and there would be some progress. Like, he was the recipient of experimental bone marrow transplants, a myriad of things. They actually started to try and completely replace his blood, possibly even replace organs, to see if they could keep the guy alive and just see if somehow that would start to cut down on the radioactivity. But he was so irradiated that it would just irradiate the new bone marrow, the new organs, the new blood, and it would do nothing. So he was pretty much slated to die because he was so irradiated, no medical procedures or intervention could save him.
Interesting. Also, by the way, I was trying to find some information about the elephant's foot real quick, because I see people saying some people are saying you stand near the elephant's foot, and some people are saying you can't. Back when the elephant's foot was originally formed, it was putting off 10,000 roentgens an hour, which is, you can get a lethal dose within literally 3 minutes. That's how lethal that is. That's like millions of chest X-rays, like if you stand next to it for just a few minutes. But it looks like now, according to some people that claim to be in the know, which is, Redditors, so sort of like take that with a grain of salt. Allegedly, it's putting off 200 Rontgen an hour right now, which is significantly less radioactive than it was when it was first formed. So you'd still get a lethal dose if you're around it for what is the lethal dose in Rontgens? Let's see, lethal radiation dose in Rontgens, the Russian way to measure it. Let's see here. 400 Rontgens is a lethal dose, 50-30. Let's see here. Cause death in 50% of the exposed population within 30 days. Highly fatal dose. 650 Rontgens is lethal within a month in 100% of individuals. 1,000 Rontgens is considered invariably fatal. Rapid death. Exposure to extremely high dose of 100,000 Rontgens causes immediate unconscious death within an hour. So you couldn't have immediate death from it, at least according to what the Redditors are saying right now. You can't have immediate death from it, but you will get a LD 50-30 from it, which means 50% will die within 30 days.
So I actually found a source here to explain different radiation sources, and it appears to have been provided by, I'm trying to see if I can get this. Let's see. Radiologyinfo.org and the WNA. So this is actually a pretty decent sort of a comparison here in sieverts of what you would end up getting and what would end up being fatal. But 10,000 millisieverts, which I believe is what that guy got that died in Japan. He died within weeks of the exposure, but the highest dosage of workers who died in a month from Chernobyl was 6,000 sieverts, or millisieverts, actually, correction, folks, millisieverts. But that is a fairly interesting thing. So even if you sat by the elephant's foot, you wouldn't die immediately. It would take a couple of weeks to be able to die off from that. But it would be a painful and slow experience.
Very painful indeed.
But also, let's see. So a CT scan is 15 millisieverts. A full body CT scan is 10 millisieverts. An airline crew flying from New York to Tokyo on the polar route is 9 millisieverts. That's actually quite interesting. And
I
natural
got a lot today.
Oh, man, honestly, and natural background radiation is 2 millisieverts. Interesting enough, a spine X-ray is less than background radiation, 1.5 millisieverts. But let's see, Chernobyl residents in Pripyat were exposed to about 350 millisieverts. Max radiation levels recorded at Fukushima were only 400 millisieverts, which is actually insanely low to think that that's the second worst disaster behind Chernobyl that's ever occurred. But very interesting stuff, nonetheless. And this actually 1,000 millisieverts, oddly enough, is not a fatal dose of radiation, apparently.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on how long you're next to it. Is it measuring it in hours or something, like standing next to it for an hour?
Just like your total exposure, I guess.
Okay.
And then a single dose, which would kill half of those exposed to it within a month, is 5,000. 6,000 is the Chernobyl workers who died within a month, and 10,000 is fatal within weeks, which is what the Japanese guy at TEPCO went through. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next ones.
And our next super chat here goes to LC39A yet again. He throws in a $100 donation. Thank you very much, LC39A, for that second support of the night. Massive support, by the way. And he said, I'm a big SpaceX fan, and I'm glad they allow Ukraine to use their Starlink satellite system. What say you? YouTube can't count. And they say I'm over their 500 limit.
Really? That's interesting. But I do thank you massively, humongously for the incredible support, LC39A. And I have to say that SpaceX is pretty cool with what they do as far as space exploration in the Starship. And hopefully the Starship will be something usable here within the next few years, because it's going to be a massive leap in space exploration abilities. But as far as Ukraine using Starlink, I think it's a great thing. It's helped them out a lot throughout the war, having that sort of an upper hand advantage. So I'd say that they've done pretty good with providing them with that. And also another thing, actually, that's actually both of the questions. For some reason, I was thinking that I had to readdress the $500 cap thing, but still, a huge thanks to you so much once again for the incredible support, LC39A, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it rolling, and to that, we are massively appreciative, and we thank you so much once again. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to J. Sebastian, JS Ghost, 11 Bravo yet again. He puts in another 20, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, as a veteran, it is truly the channel for well-researched and factually correct information all around the world, and I just want to say thanks and show some support.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Sebastian, and helping the channel to keep running, and thank you for the kind words. I'm happy to know that a lot of people from all walks of life, currently serving, formerly serving, and folks who've never served, find this channel to be of high quality and sound construction. And I got to thank you incredibly for enjoying the channel and helping it to keep running, because it is folks like you who have helped to make this thing possible and keep it rolling for years. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Crispy for putting in a $15 donation, and we appreciate it very much, Crispy, for that support. We also have a 10 from Pat Powell, and Pat also did not put in a support, but a comment, excuse me, by the way. But thank you very much, Pat, for that 10, and Crispy for that 15. And we also have a 15 from Christopher Doran, and he said, "What are the realistic chances of a no-fly zone being imposed by the willing before a ceasefire?"
I would say that it's highly unlikely at this moment, in my opinion. So I would have to go with it's less than a 20% chance, maybe even a 15% chance. And so with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also got to thank Crispy and Pat Powell for the support as well, without comments, because y'all are also helping us to keep this channel running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Ethan, the Japanese-American Sylvion, who puts in a 10. And he said, well, things get better once everything starts de-escalating.
Hopefully so. I would like to say that it would, but it's just really hard to say what the future brings. It's pretty much something that you have to see on a day-to-day basis, but I would hope. I like to be an optimist. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Alterac, who puts in a 10 and said, if Putin goes full Zap Brannigan and attacks NATO, what do you think NATO's more unpredictable members like Hungary and Turkey will do? And will they come to save us with guns blazing or send us $1 as aid?
I'd have a feeling that they probably. That's really hard to say. I think Hungary would actually try and sit it out somehow, but I feel like Turkey would get involved because Turkey has a bone to pick with the Russians in the end, and while they kind of play the middleman between the two, at the end of the day, they are going to lean towards the NATO side if a large conflict broke out. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a huge thanks to you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, we will be live tomorrow, by the way. I see Tiger saying no show tomorrow till Tuesday. No, we'll have a show tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, and also we'll have one on Saturday, too. So, Sunday is the first day off, right, that you're taking off on your trip?
Yes, and then it'll be from the 7th to the 10th, and then on the 11th, we'll be back to running our normal scheduled shows.
And the 11th is Thursday?
Yes, it is a Thursday.
Okay. So, yeah, we're only off the air for 2 days then, and actually 3 days, actually.
And also, folks, please do have me in your mind, or have me in your prayers, because I'm going to be flying on 9/11, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But I have to do it. So please make sure, folks, to have me in your thoughts and prayers, because I don't like the idea of flying on 9/11. Like that's got a stigma to it, and it concerns me because you always think, considering how goofy bad actors are, that would probably be like, and I hope, I'd also have to say, hopefully the security theater will be larger than normal, because that would be nice to see, at least on that day of all days. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than Siri, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Siri, as well, for that support. And Siri said, let's go, and great work, Enforcer Bros. And remember us when y'all are famous. And I hope this might be as famous as we get, maybe. I don't know. But it said, please take one from the chat, and XO from Oslo.
And a huge thanks to you for the support, and thank you for enjoying our work, Siri. And thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And we will remember y'all. We will. And we will make sure to get one from the chat as well. And so with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. And also, by the way, I see people mentioning, I'll mention that in a minute. Let me go ahead and grab this live chat. But Siri's live chat question goes to BC Mapper, who said, are the American vessels in Venezuelan waters?
Let's see. Yeah, can you reread that one again?
Are the American vessels in Venezuelan waters?
No, they're technically inside of international waters within the Caribbean at the moment. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And thank you so much once again for sponsoring that live chat question, Siri, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I see everybody mentioning, let's see here, the plane and all that stuff. I'm not going to lie. Like, at this time, I don't know why, but flying out to Salt Lake and flying back this time was kind of felt sketchy. Like, I don't know why. It was like first of all, there was bad turbulence on all my flights this time, which was no good. And also it felt like on one or two of the pilots, I'm not really sure if they knew how to land the plane really good. And also, here's a crazy thing that happened today. On my last flight back from Dallas to Birmingham, the plane wasn't even at the gate. Like, the pilots were standing there. There was no flight attendant. There was no gate attendant. There was nothing. The pilots were standing there. All the passengers were there, and there was no plane at the gate. And the pilots were pissed off, saying, "Where's our plane?" It's like, bro, you don't know where the plane's at. It's like, what the? I've never seen anything like that in my life. We were literally standing there for like an hour after the plane was supposed to take off. There was no plane at the gate. And the pilot called somebody. I guess he called his chief pilot, I guess, and said, "Hey, man, the plane's not here." So he said, "Okay, don't worry. We'll take care of it," or something. So all of a sudden, this woman comes out of the middle of nowhere that apparently works with the airline, and was like, yeah, it's coming around. It's being towed around. So like 30 minutes later, the plane suddenly just shows up out of the blue. And then they had to do like a search of the plane or something. They searched the whole plane. They pulled it out of maintenance or something. I was sketched out. Like, I was really sketched out at that point. I was like, I was debating not getting on that flight. I was like, I might just go find a different one or something at this point. But I was like, I forgot I'm a cheapskate. I can't rebook a new flight. I just got to take this one. So I got on it anyway and took the risk because I'm a cheapskate. But it turned out fine. But the turbulence was terrible the whole time.
Man, shoot. Blood was waiting for a plane that wasn't even there. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one, also Cold Art said, was it a little jet? Yeah, it was a CRJ 700. So it was a small one. It was like the little. It was really cramped. It was also old too. It was very old, probably the oldest one I've been on. But our next one here is going to go to J Sebastian JS Ghost 11 Bravo once again, and he puts in a 10. And he said, could Ukraine push the Russians back far enough to the pre-invasion line within 24 months?
I would say that that'd be pretty tough at this point, unless if the Russians economically collapse or if there's wide-scale mutinies, which would make that possible. But with how things are going right now, I would still say that that would be quite tough to do within the next 24 months. But I do thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that question well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that $10 support as well. And we do appreciate that. Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support as well, Crispy, because folks like you make this channel a reality. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Bobo Vesquez, who puts in a 10. And Bobo said, Slava Ukraine.
And Slava Ukrainian, Haram Slava, and a huge thanks to you for the support, Bobo Vesquez, and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, do y'all know that Spirit's still running planes? I had heard that Spirit had filed for bankruptcy. I saw people lining up to get on Spirit airplanes today. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, like, they filed for bankruptcy, but they have to go through the whole process of winding up and selling off all their assets and everything. So until then, they're still running because they're trying to make some money to at least mitigate the loss of their bankruptcy. But they're still running for now, at least.
That's crazy. I wonder if their people are getting paid. Like, I wonder how that works with the employees that still work for Spirit. It's like, when you're in bankruptcy, it's like, do you have to pay your employees? I don't know how the hell that works, but, it's a problem for them to figure out, unfortunately, because, I don't work for Spirit. But anyways, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Crispy, very much for that. That's actually the third or fourth one of the night, actually. So we do appreciate that. And also, while we're at it, Crispy threw in another 10 as well. That's in our spreadsheet. And a huge shout out to you, Crispy, yet again. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support, Crispy, because folks like you help this channel to keep on running and make it possible. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Clayton Wilkie, and Clayton said, good day, both enforcers. And if China attacked Taiwan, do you think they attack other countries in Asia and down to Australia like Japan tried to do in World War II? And Clayton, Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, LSA rules.
And thank you so much for the support. And I generally doubt it. I think that there would most likely be some sort of an exclusionary zone that would be declared around Taiwan that would be stated that combat actions would be happening within the area, but wouldn't extend beyond that. That's most likely what would happen, because in the modern day, people like to try and cordon off the battlefields to make sure that they don't affect the world at large, because that could start dragging in other people and making the situation far worse. So I generally doubt that they would. But a big thanks to you for the support, Clayton Wilkie, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing a reality. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Burning Wolf, who puts in a 10. And he said, with Ukraine having the French Mirage 2000s in limited numbers, and the French Air Force having very limited numbers of the aircraft, is the Mirage 2000 with and going to Ukraine a stopgap for them?
Technically, it isn't, because the French want to replace most of their Mirage 2000s with the Rafale, which is their more advanced, low-visibility aircraft that they've been putting in service since the mid-2000s. And so I would say that they're getting rid of their Mirage 2000s and giving them to Ukraine, because the Mirage 2000, while getting older for the French, is still a very advanced and competent fourth-generation aircraft. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a huge thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And guess what? Crispy just threw in another Crispy $10 support right now. And thank you very much, Crispy. That is, I believe, the fifth or sixth one right there. So a huge shout out to you yet again for that support. And we do appreciate that. And we also have an $8 support from someone who went berserk earlier. I don't even know why they went berserk, but they went so berserk, I had to get them out of the chat. So thank you for that support, by the way. But moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Deadly Splinters, who puts in a 6 and said, I love the Enforcers channel.
And thank you so much for loving it. We're happy to know that you enjoy it. And I hope that you've been enjoying your night here tonight and enjoying the show. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And Plastic Pinocchio put in a 5. He said, time for my favorite propaganda.
Hey, you know it. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping your favorite propaganda to stay on air every night. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Da Wolfman, who puts in the 5. He said, cardinal rule when dealing with the U.S., don't touch the boats.
You cannot touch the boats. That's why we go to war. People touch the boats. Why do they touch the boats? I don't know. But you can trace every single war back, most of them at least, to someone touching a boat. And then that's when we get involved. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, Elvis said, donate for a direct nonstop flight for Matthew. There are no nonstop flights. If I could have found one, I would have taken it. Like, trust me, I don't like taking off a bunch of times. I like just getting to the place and getting off the plane and being done with it. There's no, like, Birmingham Airport, where we are in Alabama, has very few nonstop flights. They have some, but not to Salt Lake City. Unfortunately, I didn't get to have that little luxury right there, but I would love that. But jumping into our next one here, this one also goes to Crispy. Yet again, Crispy is doing another Crispy 10 right there, and a huge shout out to you, good sir, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, Crispy, you're going for a record here. You're going for a record. And I gotta say, huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 support from Cachulian343, who said, I know a blockade is an act of war, but I think we should do a quarantine of Venezuela. It worked for Kennedy so he could screen for drugs, lol.
And I would say that that's probably a good move, but honestly, blockading them wouldn't be that big of an issue either. International support for Venezuela would be incredibly limited, considering that nobody really has a modern force projection capability to reach out to Venezuela and help them. So I generally would believe that at that point, they'd be on their own, even if we wanted to blockade them. So why go with a quarantine? Let's do a blockade. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Colin F. And Colin said, doesn't look too much unlike a Merkava, low.
And it kind of actually does, that TV8. It kind of does look like a Merkava a little bit. Maybe they got the idea. Like, the Merkava, though, is like the small-headed version of the TV8. This one right here. That's kind of like the itty-bitty-headed TV8. Like the proportions are just opposite, to a sense. I wish we could get the museum picture of this thing. Like this big turret, little hull, Merkava, big hull, little turret, but it's kind of like a similar principle. But I see where you're coming from that one, though. It kind of does look a little similar. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have another 10 from Crispy. Thank you very much, Crispy, for crisping it up. Extra crispy. We do appreciate that very much. Coming straight out the deep fryer, I tell you what, coming out here with that support that comes in a $10 box like Crispy. I'm trying to go somewhere with it, but it kind of didn't. But thank you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you for the support, Crispy, and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, it's an amazing thing to see. Also, Matthew, someone called GDS Comp said, you should learn about how that works. Speaking about airplanes and pre-flight checks. Airline mechanics will never put you on a plane they wouldn't put their own loved ones on. So why is there
air disasters?
Yeah, I was about to say, why does air disasters exist then? I don't really know if that's always true. But you know, like it's like that's what it's supposed to be in theory. Like I definitely get where you're coming from with that, and that should be true. But there is always human error involved, and that's why air disasters is a reoccurring series on TV. Probably one of the better ones that is actually out there on television these days. But still, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you for throwing that in. That was actually a pretty good one. I had to say, what about air disasters though? But with that, we are on to the next one.
You know, the last time I was on a plane, this lady who was sitting next to me was striking up a conversation about certain things, and I had mentioned at some point, I said, have you ever watched air disasters? I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to bring that up. That was really stupid to bring that up, especially when you're on a plane. But she's like, no, what is it? So I explained what it was and all the like stuff that it covers and everything like that. She was horrified. She was horrified by the end of me explaining what the hell air disasters was. I was like, yeah, I've watched every single one of them. There were some of these planes that the cargo door, you should just fall off of them. That was terrible. That explosive decompression is terrible on the ears. She was just staring at me the whole time like, what the hell? I said, you know, under our feet, it's like basically like plywood, right? What? I was like, yeah, basically. I was like, yeah, you know, honestly, that was like, I don't even know why the hell I brought that up. I must have been delirious or something at that point, because that was so stupid to bring that up. She was probably terrified for she got that plane.
Bro, you know, one episode that you don't hear about, one series you don't hear about is train disasters. Although there's actually plenty of them to cover. Like, there's like not as many as aircraft actually, but there's still some to cover. Like, you know, Matthew, there was actually this one that happened down here in Alabama way back in the day. It killed like 40 people.
Damn, that's bad.
Yeah, let me go pull that one up because they actually have pictures of it. Amtrak train crash, Alabama. That should pull it up. So it was the big Bayou Canoe rail accident. It was this one. It was the Sunset Limited, which used to come through here, and a little tug accidentally hit the bridge, knocked it out, and they didn't call anyone, so the train came rolling right over and derailed. It was the perfect time of day, and it ended up with 47 deaths and 103 injured out of its 220 passengers. And this happened back in 1993, so it was not that long ago.
Damn, that is bad right there. Also, I see a lot of people laughing about me telling that to the lady. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. At that point, I think I was literally delirious. Whenever, like today, I'm kind of delirious. I'm not gonna lie, because I only got like 3 hours of sleep. Like I have to always wake up super early for these flights to be able to catch them, to be able to get back in time for the stream. So, no sleep hardly, and also I didn't get to take a break the entire time I was gone on that trip. I was going nonstop. So, I like honestly, the delirium kicks in. Like it's a real doozy. No, but thankfully, I will say, thankfully, nobody wanted to talk going back this time because I was so tired. I was out of it, and also the turbulence was running me through the ringer too on the way back. So yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Like that's also what I'm going to be doing here in a couple of days on the 11th. Is that I'm going to be getting right off of the plane, right back here, and then we immediately run a show. It's very grueling. It's very grueling, but it's what we have to do. It's what we have to do. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to none other than Marc-Andre Gadralt, and thank you very much, Marc-Andre, for that support. We do appreciate that, and he simply said, "Crispy."
Crispy, crispy Colonel. And I gotta thank you for the support, Marc-Andre Gadralt. And thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running all the way from Canada and giving a shout out to Crispy. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Crispy. Actually, it's Crispy. He puts in another 10. And thank you very much, Crispy, for crisping it up for the 7th time, and we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you incredibly well for helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ren Morning, who puts in a 5, and also David Little, who puts in a 5 as well. And we do appreciate the both of you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank the both of y'all incredibly for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, because it is folks like you who helped to make this thing a reality and helped to keep it rolling. And so with that, a massive thanks to y'all once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, I love it, by the way. Some people were saying, I hate flying. Someone said, Randy said, flying makes me sweat a bit. I'm not gonna lie, I was actually sweating these flights like this time. The turbulence was so bad, like it was so bad. Like I'm talking about like 100-foot drops. Like you just feel them like every like 2 or 3 seconds or something. The plane's literally dropping. Like it feels like you're just falling out of the sky because the turbulence is so bad. I was gripping that seat. Like I was probably putting dents in the seat at one point. It was tough. I was looking around to see what other people were doing. Like am I the only one like slightly freaking out because of this? I looked around, then I looked behind me, and the girl's about to throw up behind me. I was like, okay, I'm not the only one. I'm actually doing somewhat well, because then she ran to the bathroom after that. I was like, oh, that's not good. But yeah, honestly, I cannot stand turbulence. Like I really hate turbulence. It's just I know that turbulence usually doesn't cause planes to come out of the sky or fall out of the sky, but in the back of my head, I'm like, what if something just like tears off the back? Like, what if the like tail fin or something just rips off, and all of a sudden the plane starts spiraling toward the ground? And my mind starts going there, and I'm like, oh my god! I'm like, I got to get off this plane. But it seems to last forever. Once the turbulence starts, the flight gets dragged on forever.
You know, you just never deal with that on the railroads. You deal with smooth track beds, except for that area around Seattle. That shit was wild. Like, they felt like the train was about to derail. I also think they were, like, over speeding through that area. Don't you remember that, Matthew? The train was literally, like, bouncing and bobbing and weaving. Like, so badly the cars were, like, shaking themselves apart in the little partitions between the cars. It was crazy up there. But
Yeah, I remember that.
planes are scary. Like I don't know, folks. I don't like the idea of not being connected to the ground when moving, because with a train, like if it derails, you have a really decent chance of survival as long as you're not at the head end of the train. With a plane, there's like practically no chances of survival if something goes really wrong. Like if something goes incredibly wrong and the plane cannot land at an airport, chances are everyone on board that plane is dead already. They're just waiting for it to happen at that point. And that's what scares me about planes, is that technically they're incredibly safe by the numbers. Very few people die in aircraft crashes per the amount of people who fly on one. But if you're in a situation where there's a problem, a serious one, you got a really high chance of not making it out of that, which is just not the case with most other forms of transportation. Like if you get hit, like T-boned in a bus, you got a pretty decent chance of survival. If a train derails, you have a pretty decent chance of survival. If a ship sinks, in the modern day, you have a pretty decent chance of survival. Planes are the only instance where that is not the case. And that sort of a thing, it worries me whenever I have to think about flying.
And also, my first flight that I had out of Birmingham to Dallas, on the first one out, like when I first left for Salt Lake, I had Gen Z pilots, and I was like, no offense, like I applaud people my age that are going out there and doing things like that are becoming pilots and stuff. Like I'm not trying to bash them, but at the same time though, I saw like one of them share, like he was like pull out his phone and like shared a meme to the other co-pilot, and I was like, oh Lord. I was like, oh my God, these guys look young. And also they're focused on memes or something over there. I'm like, oh Lord. So when we got on the plane, I was like sweating bullets at first. I was like, I hope these guys know what they're doing. Like they look very young. And I'm like, I'm not sure how long they've been doing this, but I'm not gonna lie, that was a choppy ride. Like when it started, like when I started going, I was like, I don't know what's going on up there, but hopefully they got this thing under control. That's the thing that really, I think, scares me the most about flying. If I knew for a fact that the pilots up there were really well experienced and they were like the top-notch pilots, I would be totally comfortable back there. I wouldn't care if turbulence was hitting or not, but you don't know who the hell you got up there. It's like it could be somebody that's incompetent. It could be somebody that's an ace pilot. You just don't know, because there are bad pilots, just like there's bad people in every profession. Like there's people that are incompetent in every profession. And you hope you don't come across the bad pilot, because that guy's got his life in your hands, or your life in his hands.
Yeah, I just generally have got to say, like, I just wish, folks, that there was some sort of a comparable alternative to flying that existed. Trains over long distance, like a cross-country trip, even high-speed trains, would never be in that category. Like, they just cannot be. Even the fastest ones in Japan nowadays that are going 300 miles per hour in test tracks still would not be able to compete with the speed of an airliner. It still would be half as fast. But honestly, I would be honest with you, Matthew. Even with it being half as fast, I think I'd rather take the train at that point if it was going 300 miles an hour than take the plane.
I don't know. Like I can't stand trains. Like I don't get motion sick on airplanes at all. I don't get motion sick on ships either. But the train got me motion sick for some reason. I don't know why. It did me really wrong.
Man, you just got an aversion against him, man. You're just against him. You don't like him. You don't like him. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like him. It's fine. It's fine. I like him though. Like I like him though. I thought the train was great. I loved it, and I love seeing the scenery. Like I saw so much through North California. Oh, actually, all over the West Coast. We saw the whole West Coast from south to north on the Coast Starlight. I loved that trip. I thought it was a great one. It was fun for me. But I like trains. I like trains. Trains are good. Don't folks agree with me? Don't y'all like a train here and there? You know what I mean? Like, don't y'all like one? I like one here and there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Con Air, who puts in two $10 donations. And thank you very much, Con Air, for that support twice. He said, praise Crispy. Crispy super chat chain.
And everyone's getting on board the crispy train, the crispy kernel. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also Crispy himself put in a 10 again. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that. He's becoming a bit of a channel celebrity, I see right there with those 10s. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that support yet again. And speaking of Crispy, we also got a 10 from Dunkle X. He said, for Crispy, and for the LSA Coffee Fund, LSA, take one from the chat if time allows. And if not, I will cry.
And I thank you so much for the support, Dunkle X. And we cannot deny a guest even the most ridiculous request. And honestly, a live chat question is not a ridiculous request. It's totally fine. But we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor, Dunkle. And so a huge thanks to you for the support. And what do we got, Matthew?
And the live chat question goes to Ultra Raptor, who said, how many more weeks or months do you suspect Maduro's regime will last?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll be honest with you, it's really hard to predict, because this administration right now is acting like Maduro is the bane of existence, and then Maduro could give, like, the United States, like, an embryo or something, and then he's going to be the greatest man alive. Like, it's really hard to say. So anywhere in between tomorrow and 500 years from now. That's what I'd assume. Like, probably the best prediction I could give given the circumstances. But a big thanks to you for the support and sponsoring a live chat, Dunkel. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, I see people talking about airports and stuff. I see some people saying, I don't like crowded places. I'll be honest with y'all. I usually don't like crowded places either, like generally speaking, because to me, I'm like, being in crowds is kind of dangerous these days because there's a lot of nuts running around and you don't know who's the nut that's going to jump out and do something terrible in a crowd. That's the way I think. But at the airport, like, everybody's been screened at that point. So nobody's carrying weapons, or at least they shouldn't be because they've been screened by TSA. So you're good on that front. So you can generally wander around and not worry about that. And to me, I like exploring around the airports personally, and you get to kind of zone out because everybody in airports kind of in their own world and stuff as they're going to one place to another. So most people zone out. So you just kind of, you're in a crowd, but it's not like you're like in a real crowd because everybody's in their own space and everything like that. So I find it kind of fun actually, like riding the little Skylink train in Dallas and stuff like that. And also it's challenging just to find your way around these places because it's so complicated sometimes. I find it fun personally.
I mean, like, I think every once in a while being in a public place like that's nice, but I gotta be honest with y'all. I don't really like big crowds a whole lot. Like, like I'm all for people. I'm a people person. I'm an extrovert, but at the same time, big crowds like in an airport or something, I don't know. A lot of people don't really have a lot of sense. Like, they have no concept of personal space or hygiene or anything, and then you have to start dealing with that. And I'm like, I don't know. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Crispy yet again, who puts in the 10.
Crispy!
And thank you very much, Crispy, for that
Crispy
10th
God.
one of the night. We do appreciate that, by the way, Crispy. And we also have a super chat here from none other than a GDS Camp, who puts in a 5. He said, Enforcer Matt, have you guys taken a moment to look at the boat frame by frame and identify what's on it?
Yes, we did. We actually did that when the strike happened, and we said, look, there's the giant bricks in the back of the boat. Obviously, drugs. Like, those aren't fishing nets. Because some people say, well, what if it was a fishing boat? Or what if they were just on a family outing for some reason in the Caribbean on a giant boat, like a sampan? And I was, it's drugs. It's drugs, 100%. Also, on top of that, another important thing is that they have 4 outboard motors. No Venezuelan family is going to have enough money to scrape together to get 4 brand new of the highest powered outboard motors to put on their sampan. It's just not going to happen. That's cartel money right there. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Christopher Duran. Once again, he puts in a 5 and says, thanks very much, LSA, first-time donor, and you're growing.
Hey, and thank you so much for support, Christopher Doran. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running because the channel is growing day after day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from WS, and WS said, hey, LSA, and coffee, pizza, moving fund, and of course, any Ruski coot sightings or alerts near Alaska.
We haven't heard of any coots near Alaska recently. The coot alerts are dying down recently. But a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for supporting the Coffee, Pizza, and Moving Fund. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to the Playmaker 1271. He puts in the 5 and said, thank you for the news coverage and long live the LSA. Simple question. What is the orchestra song at the start of the lives before the military branch songs?
That is the anthem of the LSA, which is the anthem of the Lee Spring Army, which is the community that makes up this channel. So that's what that is. So I hope that does address that well. A massive thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Siri, who said, important to know the difference. You get HIV, the virus. AIDS is the advanced stage of the disease. It's preventable with proper treatment.
I thank you for support, Siri, and I didn't know that. It's just that AIDS Brigade rhymed better than HIV Brigade, so that's why I said it was the AIDS Brigade. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Kuchulian343, who said, I'm with Enforcer Matt on this one. Hey, look at that. He said, AI is too big a change and too all-encompassing, and I'm already seeing it pretty much everywhere I go in a small town, South Dakota. And also, Julian also said, AI raises a ton of competency questions, too. Britain is using AI in their police cams, and it's getting the wrong people a ton, and also Terminator, just saying. And of course, that's what Britain's doing. Britain's using it for surveillance, which will probably be what the U.S. is doing next. But Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you for the support, and I would say that those are some concerns. But at the same time, it's kind of like how nowadays, when the lie detector came around, we had to say that that wasn't really that admissible in court, because it's, subject to a whole bunch of myriad of things. So I get where you're coming from with that, but much like everything else, any new innovation, a court has to decide whether it's admissible or not. And I have a feeling that a court is going to lean towards AI admissions of someone being a suspected criminal because it saw them and Face ID them is probably not going to be admissible in U.S. courts. It's probably going to be
Probably
unlikely.
will, as long as they obtained it legally, it probably will be. It's direct evidence.
Well, no, I mean like if it gets the wrong person and they're like, oh, this is definitely him because the AI got him. I mean, that's clearly not going to be admissible in court. It's like and if an AI is that subject to being wrong, then they're just going to say in general that's going to be thrown out. That can't be used. Like the drug dogs giving false positives. That hardly like if you have a good attorney, they'll most likely throw out a drug dog giving a positive on anything because drug dogs aren't really entirely accurate, and so aren't lie detectors. And a court has decided at some point, somewhere, that was not really a admissible form of evidence. And I have a feeling that if AI is that splotchy, there's going to be a court precedent laid out in the future going, AI cannot be used as evidence of this person being a suspected criminal because this might not even be the same person.
Maybe so, but they still use like breathalyzers. You can actually prove breathalyzers to be inaccurate because if you don't know, like this is kind of like a little bit of a kind of like a lawyer trick in some places that they'll if you drink like Monster or Red Bull or something, that can actually trigger a breathalyzer to trigger that you have alcohol in your breath. And I'm talking about the ones that you breathe on, and it gives like an alcohol reading. So some attorneys will go into court and they'll be slick and they'll walk up and they'll be like, "So, Mr. Cop, is this your breathalyzer?" And the cop will be like, "Yeah, that's it." So this thing is always accurate, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's always accurate. So then he'll say, "Okay, well, I just drank some Red Bull. I'm going to blow on it now and show you." And it comes back showing he drank alcohol, and it was just Red Bull or something. Like I've seen them do that before, and it doesn't necessarily make the breathalyzer totally thrown out like permanently. It's something for the jury to decide at that point, or the judge to decide, whoever's deciding it. They got to figure out, okay, is this going to be enough without a doubt to convict the person of the crime or not?
Yeah, I mean, like that's true, but at the same time, though, if it's so unreliable, it really can't even be used like a lie detector or a drug dog. That's most likely going to go in that camp where it's easily said, like, oh, does it ever give a false positive? Yes. Okay, so we should throw that out then because that's probably not a good sign of anything. Like it could just be something that's going against the client, and it has no real merit or reason to do that. So I would generally say that's probably going to be what AI would turn into, especially if it's IDing the wrong people in Britain a lot. And if it did that here in the United States, a court will most likely deem that's not a reliable source of evidence if it's getting a 50-50 chance of getting the right person or not. Because with most people, like if someone conducts a crime, they're gonna be like, this is the guy's face. That's all the info they're gonna have most likely at that point. They're gonna be like, this is guy's face. So they throw that into AI and it gets the wrong guy. And it's not even the right guy. He wasn't even near the area, maybe from a totally different state, traveling through. Then they get him. And then it's like, well, this guy is clearly not the guy. Or if he goes to jail and then he's wrongfully put in jail, then when he gets out, he's most likely going to sue the state for having admitted AI as admittable evidence or admissible evidence. And then that most likely would be the court precedent that would say AI cannot be used for this. And then from then on, that would be the case. Because already we've been able to hear that the Supreme Court ruled that art made by AI cannot be copyrighted by an individual because there's no individual creativity involved for a copyright to exist. So all AI material that's made by a supposed artist is technically copyright free. There's no copyright infringement that could be made because there's
That's
no
not
in.
true, actually.
Are you sure?
Yeah, if it's there's no copyright on it by the AI itself. An AI can't hold a copyright. It's not an individual. But let's see how to explain this. The individual that prompted the AI to make that art, I believe technically they're the ones who'd have the claim to the copyright. I think.
Let's
Because
see.
they're technically the ones who created a unique prompt to create that art. So I don't know. I think that's uncharted area of law. Now that I'm really saying it, I think that's uncharted.
So it actually appears that a federal appeals court has stated that art created autonomously by artificial intelligence cannot be copyrighted by anyone because there was no actual human authorship of the art. So it actually does appear that from a quick search that it's actually the
By
case that,
anyone?
yeah, by anyone. It just says there's no actual human creativity there, so it can't be copyrighted.
So, like, for example, I don't know. Are you sure about that? That sounds very broad.
Reuters stated it in their article.
Huh, that's shocking if that's actually the ruling right there. That's extremely broad. It would seem like AI is just a tool like any other art tool that somebody would use. If you're creating a piece of art, you can use tools. Just because you use like Photoshop doesn't mean that you can't copyright that art just because it was made in Photoshop or something. I don't know. That sounds a little bit weird.
Well, according to the Reuters article, which was published on March 18th of 2025, a federal appeals court in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday affirmed that a work of art generated by artificial intelligence without human input cannot be
Oh, without
copyrighted.
human input. Well,
Oh,
that's
there
the
we
part
go.
right there. Yeah, without human input. So if a human doesn't prompt the AI, well then yeah, obviously they couldn't copyright it because there was no prompt given. But if they prompt it though, like I was saying earlier, it's a unique prompt that a human came up with. That should be able to be copyrighted by the human that prompted the AI.
Let's see. Creative artists argued they were entitled, unlike who said sentient system created a case independently. Strongly disagree with the ruling. The copyright said in a statement it believes the court reached the correct result. Let's see here. Decision said human authorship is a bedrock requirement of copyright based on centuries of settled understanding. That the ruling threatened to discourage. Let's see. So interesting. So apparently, if you do put an input in, it is actually something that could be copyrighted.
Yeah, but I think what this ruling right here is saying is that the AI company can't copyright it because unless a human prompted it, then there's nothing to copyright. So, like for example, like let's say Matt's AI corporation creates an AI and it just creates a piece of art, then technically the AI company that created the AI model couldn't copyright that art. But if there was a human that went to that same software and prompted it, then the human that prompted it could copyright it.
Let's check out this article and what it said. Autonomy cannot be copyrighted, saying that at least initial human authorship is required for a copyright. So yeah, it does appear that that a person who commissioned the AI to make something is the copyright holder. That's pretty interesting, actually. But also, I feel like that might be able to be overridden by saying the company that owns the AI will have specific, like in the terms of service agreement, will own the copyright to any works that you create under the AI.
Maybe. I'll be honest with you, it gets complicated. It gets complicated.
Yeah, it really does. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Silence, who puts in a 5. And he said, Chernobyl did to nuclear what Jaws did to sharks.
Honestly, yeah, that's like the best way to say it. It really did. But a huge thanks to you for the support. Really good observation there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Clayton Welke, who puts in a 5. And Clayton said, good day again. And if Australia was attacked by China, what defense do we have to stop the attack? Or are we screwed? Clayton from Brisbane.
Technically, y'all have a defense, which is the outback for one, because the Chinese would have to make it all the way around to the area of the east coast of Australia to really make a dent or take over anything of significant value. And at that point, Australian Territorial Defense Forces, along with the small Australian Navy, should be able to defend against any kind of Chinese expeditionary force that made it in that area. And logistically, the Chinese wouldn't be able to support a ground invasion for long there, because it would be such a long supply line of several thousand miles. So I would have to say that the Australians have a pretty good chance of defense just because of their geographical isolation for the larger part from the Chinese. So with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jack, who puts in a 5. And Jack said, I went to Chernobyl in 2021, the coolest place I've ever been, and I recommend it in your bucket list. And the place was riddled with bullet holes due to training. And Jack, I wanted to go see Chernobyl. I really did. I wanted to go see it before the war broke out. I really had no like actual real plan to go see it, but I at least wanted to see it on the bucket list. Unfortunately, though, now with it being in the war zone, it's impossible to go see it. So, yeah, unfortunately, it is the thing. But that's pretty cool. You got to see it right before the war got kicked off. That's kind of crazy. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, that's actually really cool. I gotta say, Jack, and I would like to see the Chernobyl exclusion zone myself. And I'd also like to eat a piece of the elephant's foot. I feel like it just sounds delicious. Elephant's foot. It sounds like a delicacy. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mark Andre Gooddraw, excuse me, once again. And thank you very much, Mark Andre, for that 5. He said, "You're not only about facts, you also give opinions, but I do respect your opinions."
And I thank you for the support, Mark Andre. And I'd have to say, yes, we do give opinions. But I try and make sure, I think both of us try and make sure, even if they're different opinions, that we try and found them in some sort of fact of some sort that would support our claims. Instead of a lot of people who just say, this is my opinion. There needs to be no facts. It's just the truth because I feel like it is. So I'm happy to know that we do that. At least we give some sort of facts to try and back up what we're saying. But still, a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Espen Turgenshagen, and he puts in a 200 NOK Norwegian kroner, which is, I think it's about 20 USD. And thank you very much, Espen, for that very generous support right there. And also throwing in the super sticker of the Doge holding that number 1 right there. Thank you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support, Espen Turgenhausen. Actually, I mispronounced that last name. Let's see, Turnshagen. Big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running and throwing in a clean Shiba Inu waving a flag. We love to see it. So massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Silence, who puts in a 5. And Silence said, "I swear Crispy's on a mission to have us all hear his name in our sleep tonight, LOL."
Honestly, I think he's winning. I think he's winning on that mission. But a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Aurora Uplinks, who said, tell us the story about Navy destroyers or something from years ago that you think of from history class or something, and that you heard of."
Destroyers are actually something new. Destroyers generally didn't exist through most of history. The frigate was what was generally considered to be on the lines of a destroyer if we want to talk about back in the day. Like these. This is a frigate. This is the French frigate Penelope, which I actually believe was captured by the British, and they made intrinsic plans of the thing, and that's why we know so well of it these days. Nowadays, frigates still exist, but they're considered smaller and less powerful than that of a destroyer. Destroyers are something that came around at the latter end of the 19th century in a prototype form and really started to take a world of their own after World War II. They pretty much became the ship after World War II. But let me show y'all the beginning of the destroyer. This was the first destroyer ever. And back then, they weren't really called destroyers. They were actually called motor torpedo boats. And there was like a technological evolution in the sense that happened there where the patrol boat, like a PT boat or a torpedo boat, became a thing. And then the destroyer became a thing out of this. But outside of that, the first real destroyers that ever would be seen would be around the time of World War I, just about right beforehand. And let me see if I can get you all an example of that. The HMS Loyal is a good example of an early destroyer. And back in the day, they saw that these things were starting to have a little bit of success. They were cheap, easy to manufacture, they were somewhat small, they were very maneuverable, very fast, and also packed a great deal of a punch, especially with the torpedoes that were carried on board. So after World War II, when the battleships started to become obsolete because of their slow mobility, their exorbitant cost, and also their susceptibility to being destroyed by a carrier, and carrier warfare became the thing, the destroyer pretty much took the place of the battleship in modern warfare. It pretty much is, outside of like a missile cruiser or any sort of a ship like that, which is generally a rarity even during the really during the Cold War era, those were starting to become more of a rarity. The destroyer really is our frontline fighting ship these days, like, for example, the Arleigh Burke, which is our modern version of a destroyer now. This thing may as well do the job of a cruiser, a battleship, and a destroyer all in one. It provides the air defense or the air screen of a destroyer, it provides the ground support fire like a battleship, and it also is able to chase down and destroy other vessels a lot like a cruiser would have back in the day. It's pretty much an all-in-one package now. So that really is the best way that I could explain the evolution of a destroyer from its earliest days to what it is now. because it pretty much is the jack of all trades, master of every of the ship class of the modern era, except for the aircraft carrier, which is its own thing. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And also, before someone says, well, a missile cruiser, yeah, like missile cruisers do exist, but really missile cruisers or any type of a cruiser nowadays is just a destroyer. Like in actual principle, it's really more so of a destroyer that is able to carry just a little bit more firepower. But in what it is capable of doing, it's not that much different. It's just that it has more ammunition available at any given moment. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Aurora once again, who puts in the 5 and said, what do you know about India and what would it take to get them to trade to renew their friendship with the U.S. and the West? Anything they need?
I'll be honest with you, I don't really think there's a way for us to do that because I was really a big fan for the past few years of trying to court a relationship with the Indians on a diplomatic level and make sure that we were able to try and start pulling them into the West. But that immediately collapsed here recently, and it doesn't look like they're willing to come back. I don't think anything we could offer them would make them return because I think at this point Modi's decided that India has a better future in BRICS than it would with us. So at this point, we pretty much have to treat them like a unaligned, unfriendly power, like we would any other country, like Iran, for example. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But I don't really think there's a path forward with the Indians any longer, or any way we could try and massage that to make it turn out that way. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I possibly can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Marc-Andre Gaudreault, and he puts in a 5. He said, do you know how Canada will renew NORAD?
Unfortunately, at the moment, I don't. So I'd have to declare ignorance on that, unfortunately, Marc-Andre. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Dunkel X, and thank you, Dunkel, as well. He said, you'll want to talk about the growth of the channel, top numbers, growth of the past year, whatever. Brag about yourselves. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah?
Well, I mean, we could, like we could, because the ratings is really the only thing that I look at.
He's gonna take advantage of that one right there. He's going right into it.
It was a request. I mean, like, might as well. But the ratings are the only thing that I really measure the success of the channel off of, is how good we do on the live streams of the ratings. That's me personally. Matthew, I think, has a slightly different metric. But number 27 in America, which is almost in the top 25, or really just in the top 30 every single day. It's insane. Like, it really is. I don't even know how to quantify that, and I don't really know if we're supposed to be in that kind of a spot in the ratings, because, you know, I've just been doing this my whole life, me specifically just yapping for hours. And it used to be that people would complain about it, and they'd be like, damn, can't you talk about something that would matter? Like, I just got shit on, like, my whole life growing up by everyone I knew, like, in school, everywhere else, for just talking about stuff that everyone said didn't matter at all. And it turns out it mattered a lot, because now that's what it kind of turned into in the long run. So a little bit crazy with that. And so as far as the live streams go, because I'm like the master yapper, I'm pretty happy with the results on that. Everything else is pretty good, like getting 500,000 subscribers nearly. That's great. That's more so a combination of everything, the videos, the streams, and all combined. But still, really great progress. I can't really believe that we're up in like the top 20s in America at this point. But with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to Robert Krogan, as well as KPH 5225 for each putting in a $4 donation, and Marc-Andre Brunette for putting in a 2. And thank you to all 3 of you for that support and also helping to keep the channel running. We also have a 2 from Ethan, the Japanese-American Sylvian, once again. And he said, if a war was like Nectaris, but on Earth instead.
I gotta be honest with you, I'm gonna have to declare ignorance on what that is. Like, I don't know what that is, actually, but I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Jack. And Jack said, what are the advantages of moving the Space Force to Alabama?
There really isn't any. There's really not any benefit or disadvantage either. It's really just more so like a symbolic change of the headquarters. But if people want to complain about that, I mean, CENTCOM's in Tampa and SOUTHCOM's in Miami, and NORTHCOM is in Colorado Springs, and then EUCOM is actually in Europe, in Stuttgart, and then AFRICOM is also in Stuttgart, which makes no sense. And then Indo-PACOM's in Hawaii. So really none of it makes any sense at all. Like, the only ones that actually do make sense is EUCOM and Indo-PACOM, because at least they have a claim that they're kind of close to the area, that they'd be commanding their forces within that theater. But as far as Spacecom goes, it literally could be anywhere. Like, I really don't care. It could have ended up in Detroit, Chicago, Seattle, Birmingham, Huntsville, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona. It really wouldn't have mattered too much. And it won't really change much of anything. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, Andrew Honeycutt, I did forget your super chat. I'm sorry about that. He just threw it in. It was the third one back. And also, sorry about that, Andrew. My brain is like absolutely bushed at this point. I'll be honest with you. My brain's like puttering out. But Andrew put in a 5, and we do appreciate it, Andrew, very much. And thank you for that support. He said, I've flown on a one-engine Cessna, I think he meant to say. He said, turboprops and airliners, it still scares the crap out of me. I have a fear of heights, but I try to conquer it.
And I thank you for the support. I'd have to say, I don't really have a fear of heights, but I have a fear of falling. That's my fear, is the falling part. The heights, not too bad, but falling, really scary. But I completely understand you on that. And I would have to say, we flew in the Cessna once, I believe, and never again. It wasn't a bad experience. It's just that we never got the chance to do it a second time. But still, a huge thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We have a 5 from Aurora Uplinks, who said, would you care to do a brief chat on tank history? I love that, the destroyer chat, and opinions on the Constellation class.
The Constellation class is a pretty cool one. Let me go. I'm actually wondering, is it the Constellation class frigate? Oh, you're talking about the new one. I thought you were talking about the USS Constellation, which was the sister ship of the Constitution, I believe. But these, I mean, it's kind of just like an improvement on the Arleigh Burke, which isn't a bad thing. If you're improving on the Arleigh Burke, you're improving on excellence. So I think it's going to be a pretty good one once it comes out into service. And it also has a wider array of anti-ship missiles that will be available at its disposal. Instead of having 8 anti-ship missile launchers, it's going to have, I believe, something like 16. So that is a huge improvement. But generally, not a lot's known publicly about the exact specs that they're looking for, or what it'll actually look like when it's put into service in its sea trials. So I wouldn't really be able to talk about it a great deal, but I think it's going to be a good improvement on the Arleigh Burke. Also, on the history of the tank, that one is actually one that is really deep, and a lot of people don't know this because everyone thinks of the tank as a solid sort of a system. Tank vehicle. Here we go. A lot of people think of the tank as the solid thing that's always remained the same through time, but the truth is that the tank has changed so much over time that they're not even similar to what they were. Not even off of the idea of what they are mechanically, but really more so off of the concept of what they do on the battlefield. Originally, tanks were designed to be able to create openings in the barbed wire. That's really what they were made to do. It was really just to flatten out the barbed wire, and that's why a lot of the early tanks were seen with incredibly light armaments, just machine guns, and that's it. Later on, they'd start fitting them out with 4-pound guns, like on the Mark IV or the Mark I, like you're seeing here. Later on after that in World War II, the idea was fleshed out even further, and then they started to consider the tank as an infantry support vehicle, more so than something to break down barbed wire. And then at the latter end of World War II, anti-tank weapons were becoming so powerful, they were punching through practically every bit of armor that was made. So then it evolved into a rapidly maneuverable infantry support, pretty much direct fire support sort of a weapon, but armor was non-existent on most tanks, and maneuverability and firepower was what was heavily emphasized. Then composite armor came into being, and then they said, what if we made the tank, generally this is what we've been working with now until drones came into being and became the new threat to the tank, what if we made the tank ultra survivable, where it could really get hit by much of anything, at least at the front of the tank, and survive it, and pretty much brawl it out, either with enemy infantry that are equipped with anti-tank guided missiles, or with enemy tanks themselves, which is where the main battle tank of today comes in, like the Leopard 2. So that generally would be the quickest rundown I could give of tank evolution, but it's really deep. Like, if you get into the history of tank evolution, it's incredibly deep beyond this. But I hope that does address that well, and a massive thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, it sounds as though Enforcer Matt is signing off for the night.
Yes, I'm going to have to sign off for the night because it is going on for almost, it's about to be past 1 a.m. in the morning. So that was a way, way long for me because I've only had 3 hours of sleep. So unfortunately, I'm going to leave early tonight because I'm so bushed from traveling all day long and also literally been up for over 12 hours at this point. I think more like 14 at this point. So, and actually, I've been up for 16 or 17 hours, actually, now that I think about it. So, on that note, folks, I'm going to turn you over to the enforcer because it sounds like he wants to still go on with the super chat. So, I'm going to have to let him take it over from here. But thank you all once again for joining us again tonight. And I do appreciate seeing all you once again here in the chat. And we will see you tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow as well. So, with that, folks, good night to you all. And I'm going to let the enforcer take it from here.
And with that, that's going to be Enforcer Matt rounding out his time on air tonight, and we're going to keep pressing forward the Enforcer solo. Moving on from that super chat, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. We are now moving on to the next one, which is a 2 from David Lawson. He said, keep up the good work. And a huge thanks to you, David Lawson, for the support, and we will make sure to keep up the good work. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $2 super chat from Burnaby Alex. And Burnaby Alex says, Super Train, the TV series from 1979. And I actually don't know about that one. Now, let me see if I can pull it up here. It's an American drama series. Interesting. I actually have never heard about this thing. But apparently it aired on NBC with a total of 1 season and 9 episodes. So I'm guessing that the ratings had to have been a flop. Actually it was. By the last episode, it was getting 7 million viewers, and its first episode got 16 million. So it was dropping off pretty badly. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support, and thank you for sharing that with me, Burnaby Alex. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is Jeremy Fahil, who threw in a 2. And he said, what about the droid attack on the Wookiees? You're throwing that in every single night. I gotta appreciate that. That was actually a pretty funny one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one, which is from Marc-Andre Gaudreault. And Marc-Andre said, please don't invade Canada. Canadians are berserk. And I'd agree. I don't have any ambitions to invade Canada. I wouldn't really want to, me personally. But still, a huge thanks to you once again. And we also have a $2 super chat from Stanford Crow and a $1 super chat from Dubstep801. And a big thanks to each and every one of y'all once again for supporting this channel and helping this thing to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we would not be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And we also have another 5 from Marc-Andre Gaudreault. And Marc-Andre said, I would still fight with you even if you effed us with tariffs. Well, that's good to hear. I don't think we would. Hopefully we won't. But it's good to hear. Big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the second segment of the question segment, where we will get the Morse code decoders of the stream as well as the live chats. And due to time constraints, of course, tonight, because we're almost at 4 hours long, we're going to be getting the Morse code decoders, 3 live chats, and rounding out this stream. And so with that, we are now moving on into the Morse code decoders, which are Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabelle Garbo, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Copioterix, and Sire. And the LSA Morse code core decipher for tonight is, you best start believing in Pirates of the Caribbean. You're fighting them, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And ding, ding, ding. That's the sound of money. And y'all got that dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. And that was a Pirates of the Caribbean reference. I'm sure y'all could tell. But amazing thing y'all got that correct. And of course, it stands true for the larger part. And so I got to say a big congrats on the Lee Spring Army Cinema Corps for getting that Morse code message correct for the 1,289th day in a row. And also a big shout out to Aurora Uplinks, who threw in a 2 and said thanks and good night to everyone. And a big good night to you, Aurora Uplinks. And Dunkel X also threw in a 5 and said, I'd fight wars with Marc-Andre even if we F them with tariffs. And I thank you for the support, Dunkel, and that's good to hear. And so with that, it's time for us to get on into our live chat questions. And Sergeant Blind, for our third to last question of the night, asked, how many countries in South America share the same views as Venezuela? Not many, actually. Venezuela is kind of on an island of its own. Colombia doesn't support them. Nobody really supports them, honestly. So they're pretty much on their own as far as the countries inside of South America are concerned. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And we are on to the second to last question of the night, which is from JamFan. And JamFan said, if Finland is hesitant to discuss this public weapons cache, how likely is it that they aren't reporting day-to-day finds? How compromised do you think the Finnish border with Russia is? That's a good question. As far as the compromisation of the Finnish border, it is a very expansive border with a lot of the areas being practically swamp, as you can see around here. And I'd have to say that the Finns and the Russians probably aren't able to protect that border significantly, considering its length and also the geographical isolation of some areas. So with that in mind, I would have to say that it's probably quite compromised, to be entirely honest with you, not only for the Finns, but for the Russians as well. And while this stuff is happening on the Finnish side, an equally similar thing could be happening on the Russian side as well, but it's hard to say. But with that, I hope that does address that well, James Fan. That's a great question, by the way. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night is Cyprian, who asked, do you think the U.S. will scale a full-out assault on the Venezuelan military? I don't think that we're really wanting to, but I think that there is a plan that we could. That is something that I think is down the pipe, but it's not something that we want to do immediately. As far as the U.S. is working right now, I think we're working on an escalatory ladder, and we're pretty much trying to provoke the Venezuelans into allowing us to escalate this farther. I think that's what's happening. So if the Venezuelans continue to back off and pretty much kowtow to us, we won't really do much to them. But if they start to get aggressive, or for example, try and attack a U.S. warship, we are most likely going to go all in on them at that point, because then we would have some sort of a defensive justification, and also a justification to say that they're violent and lashing out towards the United States for trying to interdict drug trades. And it also would give the United States a lot more legitimacy, at least on a diplomacy standpoint, to say that the Venezuelans are in armed support of the drug trade, which is generally considered to be illegal around the world. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment. I don't think we have a definite plan that we are 100% going to invade Venezuela, but if they give us the option to, in a diplomatic window, to position ourselves to where we could, I think that we most likely will. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, and a huge thanks to everyone once again for watching tonight. We're entirely honored and appreciative to have had all of y'all here tonight, as we reached a peak viewership of 13.7 thousand people and had 120,000 people watch this stream before it ended. An absolutely amazing thing. And of course, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Hurram Slava, long live the Republic, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.